You got hit by a bus, dude. How did a bus sneak up on you? What were you doing? Did you have your fucking headphones in, hoodie up, staring at the ground so you don't accidentally make an eye contact with a woman? Well, glad you're okay. I've been hit twice by vehicles on my bike. Just gotta be careful, man. I assume they're all gonna hit you until proven otherwise. Be right back. Man, I stream for 2 seconds and my boss calls me. Apparently the keys have been misplaced. I have no idea. I don't have them. I always put them back in the same spot. I'll do my due diligence. I'll check through everything, but yeah, I don't have them. I don't know, there's always this assumption that it had to be me. I don't think so though. I put them away. Mhm. Yeah, I know. I was thinking the same thing. Key to the Mystery Babylon. Yeah. This is what I mean with the predictive stuff. It's a constant future proving the past. I do not have those keys though, so hopefully they turn up. There was a fucking black guy in the office as I was leaving, dude. He probably took the key. That'd be my guess. The thing is it's like, she's like, you don't have the keys in your pocket? And, when I get on my motorcycle, I can, even if I forget the keys until I get out to the parking lot, I can't get on my bike without feeling them in my pocket. They're really big and bulky. I would have noticed. Mirage AI, it can alter live stream in real time. I think we're almost to the point where AI can alter reality in real time. Yeah, I've moved. I made a second account so that I can play Horde with my friends on the same server that my alliance characters are, and because it's a fresh account and I have absolutely zero bans on here, I'm doing a lot of stuff. I think Skynet's been here ever since the Eiffel Tower went up, dude. Yeah, I have some stuff accumulated. I kind of lost my train of thought with that phone call, but I got a bunch of honor to farm, so I figured I'd stream while I'm doing it since I'm basically like AFKing the whole time anyways. People have been nagging me to cover the whole like T-app thing, but there's really not a whole lot to cover with it. Um, a whole lot of people have been like exposing themselves on the right wing as like new arrivals to dissident politics. Um, I never really liked Devon Stack, for example, because I don't know, he really believes the space nonsense and he freaks out if you question it. Like, only non-whites want to believe that the moon landing didn't happen because it's white man's great achievement and they're trying to tear it down. You know, he's right about some stuff, but he's completely wrong about that. And since the T-app happened, he's been making a lot of like half-baked posts saying things like men need to make an app called Coffee where they talk about women being coal burners. And Colfax already existed. Colfax was around like I forget if it was 2016, 2020. Like this had already been done. Yeah, exactly. So for somebody to not know that and have to be like educated by his audience that already happened, it really exposes that they just showed up here. You know what I mean? So like where were you for the last 10 years? Yeah, flat earthers are brown. Meanwhile, NASA HQ is 50% black women. Yeah, and the creator of the Saturn V rocket is a self-snitcher who talks about the firmament. Yeah, I got a hand of rag. I did buy gold for this though, because I need like 5,000 gold to get it crafted, and 5,000 gold was like $70 Canadian. You know, I'd rather give up 3 hours worth of pay to just buy the gold for it than farm that much. It would have taken me way longer. But he isn't the only one that showed their newness with this. There were a lot of people with that sort of take. With you know, this is a heckin' men need to do this. Men need to make their own website. And I don't really understand where all these people came from. How do you have a large following in online like dissident right-wing politics, but you have never heard of Colfax? That's like new to you. And it's not like Colfax was even a niche thing. Like fucking Gawker and all these like left-wing media websites were writing articles on it and condemning it. It made it into mainstream news. And these people hadn't heard of it? Personally, I'm of the opinion with the T leak that the whole thing is a social engineering kind of psyop. And they did have Facebook groups for this already. What I think the purpose of it is they can't take women's rights away. Like, it's just not going to happen. So I think they are kind of pushing women into acting a certain way. Um, women are very concerned with their appearance and how they're perceived by society at large. And think of it this way, right? You have all these ugly women sign up for the T app. You make the T app, right? And you get the expected demographic of women piling on there, complaining about a man that jilted them, and posting their pictures. This hits so many birds with one stone, right? Because first of all, it paints the picture that women that have grievances with men are almost unanimously ugly. Okay, like if you're the kind of woman that complains about men publicly and tries to shame them, odds are you're an ugly bitch. Like, look at this guy talking to me, ugh, attacking me, ugh. He knows I'm telling the truth. So it paints them as an ugly bitch, which women do not want to be associated with, right? And immediately, like not even within a week, all the women that participated in this are uh, doxxed. You see where they live, their phone numbers, their names, their faces. I think it was started by a Jew, but I think there was a hidden hand um, making it operate because there's too many silver linings to the situation. It's stigmatized bashing men online for women at a time when the dating world absolutely needs that to be stigmatized. And it revealed also at the same time that they need men to, fight in the military and do Zog's bidding and everything else. At the same time they need that, it painted women as government employees to be like accurately incompetent because you had women at like posting their fucking government IDs, like their clearance IDs. All the metadata was still on the images, like they're uploading it while they're on base at what's supposed to be secure, like locations. It showed women's incompetency and how ugly they are at the same time. And I don't believe in coincidences. I don't believe that's an accident. I think that this is the sign tapping sort of situation where it's like they're gonna start rolling back um, the woke DEI stuff because they need white boys to do their bidding, and this is one of the little wins that they're being handed. The only thing that really went wrong for this in that regard is that it exposed a lot of the dissident right people as being probably obvious grifters, because how do you not know what Colfax was? And while I was having this train of thought today, I was also thinking, because I was arguing with a Foid on Twitter about pornography. Let me pull up the discussion here, so I'm remembering it correctly. Uh, okay. She eventually stopped responding, but here's the interaction. Uh, the original poster says, talking about like the porn site age verification stuff that's being implemented. He says, the one benefit is that we will soon have undeniable proof that banning porn won't improve fertility or anything else tradtards pretend to care about. And the roasty that I ended up arguing with comes along and says, why does a porn ban need to improve fertility to be justified? And one says, because it would be the only justification for a ban. If it doesn't being any real benefit for society, then there's no reason to ban it. She says the benefit is banning porn. And I told her pretty much only women benefit from porn bans. And she says that's the most retarded shit I've ever heard in my life. And I told her men and boys use porn because they can't get the real thing. Women want porn banned because they want men and boys to keep trying even if there's zero chance of success. And she says, porn is a Jewish tool to weaken men. Men are victims of porn. My stance on porn is from a pro-male perspective. I'm not a feminist. Porn has no place in a moral society and is not an adequate substitute for real women. And I said, porn is a substitute that no serious male prefers the real thing. If you cannot compete with fictional images, that is a you problem. I do agree that porn depicting real people should be banned, and what is available should be artwork or AI generated, though. In addition, porn is relative. People already spend all day gooning to women's allegedly not porn social media accounts. If you banned actual porn, are you prepared to also ban women from showing their image online? Because they're the new Sears catalog everyone will pivot to. In fact, they're already being gooned to right now without porn being banned. And she says there's more of a debate to be had on softcore porn. Perhaps magazines and things of that nature could be considered permissible, but posting suggestive material on personal accounts would be banned. Privatization of that content under strict regulations, no OnlyFans, no e-thoughts. So, of course, she doesn't want to actually ban women. Like, the second you point out to them that they're just going to pivot to your social media, a lot of people, I'm like this, I don't like porn, right? Like, I don't really like that. I don't like the plasticiness, I don't like the fakeness, I don't like the guy like dick in your face, like with him fucking grunting and shit for no reason. Most of the women that are in porn are like not very attractive. So I'm more of a goon to social media sort of guy already, which is what everyone would become for the most part if you just banned porn. And my last and final post to her, to which she never responded, was to post that picture I used at the opening of other streams where this chick is selling like fucking foot shavings, petty flakes. Okay? And I said to her, who determines what is and isn't suggestive? You have women making their living doing things like this. Men were jerking off to exposed ankles in the Victorian age. You'd have to just blanket ban women from using their image entirely, and all that does is create a black market for it. And she just never responded. But I was kind of thinking about this exchange while I was at work today. And what I kind of realize is a weapon. And I don't think it's even necessarily a weapon in the way that women would present it to be. I think that what porn does and what it's designed to do is drive a wedge between men and women. And not in the way that people think. Okay, a lot of people think, oh yeah, obviously porn is designed to drive a wedge between men and women because men sit there beating off all day and they don't like real women anymore. And I don't think that's it at all. I think most men actually are not that into porn. I think especially with Gen Z guys, you'd find more guys like gooning to gotcha games, or like Rule 34 of League of Legends characters, or Rule 32 or Rule 34 of like a VTuber or something. Their favorite two-view VTuber. Or like looking at Zoomer Burrows looking at muscle mommy selfies on fucking Instagram and shit. I don't think anyone except for Waka Flocka Flame is beating off to like fucking Sarah J or any of these like old ass porn hoes. Nobody's actually really watching Browser or Brazzers. But what it does do is they can do like a consensus cracking thing where you flood the internet with all this porn that nobody's paying for. You have piles of men comment underneath it and everything else, pretending that they're really into it and acting like disgusting pigs. Like, you just have hundreds, dozens of men comment on all the most disgusting porn, like shit porn, toilet porn, like whatever they can come up with, right? And you have all these bots commenting, going, "Oh yeah, this is my favorite," like, racking up the views. And women see this, and they conclude that men are like disgusting, depraved animals. For this purpose, if you were actually trying to get men gooning all the time, you would put out like the highest quality porn with like the hottest girls, and you wouldn't stick random dudes in the middle of it. Like, it would be all about like appealing to the male gaze like the 2D stuff does. But they don't do that. They use like ugly men, ugly women. They showcase ugly fetishes. They use ugly outfits. It's all like derogatory. Everything's bad about it. There's no high quality. Even like the largest producers all make like the worst stuff. But women are stupid, and women see this and go, "Wow, he likes jerking off to chicks that have fucking tramp stamps and prolapsed assholes. I mean, what? I can never marry that. That can't be my husband." And that was the whole purpose of the porn. I think that that's why it's proliferated. I think that that's why women have such like a bad perspective of it and everything else. Nobody with any amount of taste or like exposure on the internet. Why's Bonnie blowing up? For the same reason. To depict women as these disgusting creatures to men. And the guys lining up for Bonnie are almost unanimously brown. Like 99% of them are like not white. So that's what I think's going on with porn. I think that that's why these women have such like would type "Y free porn" by Dr. Deep State into YouTube search bar. Hmm. I will pull it up. I don't know if I get to it. I don't really want to review a video right now. Seven years ago. Oh, it's pretty short, like 8 minutes. I might do it. No, they're moving to 2D because they genuinely like women. You know, if you that Chateau Artiste video where he talks about how 2D sets the standard for women because it's fictional, because it's something to aspire to. Like 2D women are all pure. They can all be completely idealized. It's why women freak out about AI girls because they really can't compete. All they have as an advantage is physicality, which they hardly give away anyway. So if they can't compete on personality, conversating skills, nudes that get sent. You know, if you actually like women, then you probably prefer 2D at this point because the things that you probably like about women are either no longer available or in such short supply that it's like a lottery ticket at this point. Um, I'm no I'm no Trudeau fan, but I was laughing over this. Um, you know, imagine being this kind of mid woman. You know, you divorce your prime minister husband the second things start looking bad for him. You run off with the kids, and then you have to deal with this in the news cycle. You know, Katy Perry's kind of old, you know, she's not as hot as she was 10 years ago, whatever. But imagine how seething his wife is, or ex-wife is right now. Imagine how mad she's being. And this is what they're trying to do. So this ties into the tea thing for me because they're trying to normalize and popularize the pairing up of white people again. This kind of happened with the Taylor Swift, whoever the football fag is, right? They were making them like society's equivalent of prom king and queen, and there were right-wing trad-tards talking about how, you know, white girls they'll want to partner up now because they all emulate Taylor Swift. And I think I see the same thing happening with this. I see them pushing these kind of relationships to make it make it like popular. And it's like a cross, like not only are they race matched, generally pretty looks matched, but they're from kind of opposite walks of life. They both might be celebrities, but like one's a musician, one's an athlete, or in this case, one's a musician, one is a politician. And this is like a running theme. I'm getting swarmed with news articles about this kind of stuff now. I'm getting a bunch of them. You know, Tom Cruise and Anna de Armas, same thing. And most of these couples, too, the other thing is the guy's older. So I do think there is somebody trying to patch together Western society to try and get things back on the rails. You know, it's probably for bad intentions, right? Like the sign tapping stuff. But maybe some of us could slightly benefit from it. Is Fidel Castro's son getting a famous leftover? Yeah, he's getting Harvey Weinstein scraps. But women don't see themselves as scraps, though. You know, a woman can have a body count of 100, and most women will still evaluate her off of her appearance. So, yeah, for a logical partner, you look at Katy Perry and go, I don't know, she's been ran through by Jew producers and musicians. I don't think I really want to get with that. But if his whole purpose is to get back at his bitch wife for abandoning him when he was at his lowest, then it's the perfect choice. You know, you'd have been hard pressed to find somebody that you could actually get with that's gonna make your wife angry, your ex-wife angrier than that. You know, and I don't know if Trudeau has a son or anything, but imagine your ex bitch wife trying to tell your son that your dad's a loser, your dad doesn't want anything to do with us, and then your son hears through the news that his dad is clapping Katy Perry's cheeks. Okay, it's like the opposite of having an OnlyFans mom. right? It's something you can kind of brag about. It makes you look like a lot better. And yeah, don't mock my 60% mount. Oh, actually, I hit rank 11 today. I can go buy my 100% mount. I forgot. I just bought the 2-piece when I logged on. You'd rather go for Sarah J than Katy Perry. I'm sorry, buddy, but you got no taste. Yeah, the opposite of Destiny's Son calling him a cuck. So, just gonna keep pulling stuff up here. We got another one. You know, I've never ceased to be impressed with women's, ability to pick just like the worst guy ever. And this headline, of course, jumped up to me. It was I opened this an hour ago. Like they posted it, knowing I was going to stream. Apparently, we've got dad left 4 little kids in a car as temperature soared to 125 while he spent an hour in adult entertainment shop. The kids, aged 2, 3, 4, and 7, have since been taken to the hospital and are expected to fully recover. He's not that dreamy, okay? He looks like he should be mowing your lawn. Gonzalez went evil with this one. Yeah. Gonzalez. Gonzalez is such a good name for him. Wow. And people say that this community has bad personalities. Some of the funniest people ever are in this community, honestly. If women were attracted to funny people, most of us would have no problems getting laid. It's also kind of a niche humor, though. It's the kind of joke that falls flat maybe with women because you'd have to explain it. I don't think a woman's necessarily going to understand what's funny about calling Gonzalez here Gonzalez. When Largo left the shop, police asked him if the car with the 4 children was his. Largo shook his head to say no, according to court documents, then walked to the car, which was surrounded by police cars and fire trucks. "Oh shit," Largo said once he saw the car, according to court documents. Police said Largo was drunk when they arrested him. So he's driving around drunk with 4 kids in the car and just like leaving them there. Some woman who looks white, okay, these people are very pale. It wouldn't surprise me if Gonzalez is with a white woman. This is the kind of mystery mutt that Lauren Southern ended up with. So it wouldn't surprise me if it's a white woman that selected this guy. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Oh, I wanted to talk about this too.
Sophomore next year at Lincoln. I was walking.
So I keep getting clips from this Shameless show. And in it, there is a female teacher that got arrested for like banging one of her students. And all the men in the neighborhood hear that there's a child predator living down the street. And they all get their pitchforks and they all go to attack or whatever. And they see the child predator and it's like a hot white woman.
By a yard and
this is the child predator, okay? She fucked a 13-year-old boy in the story. And is just immediately forgiven. And I agree with this. I'm not one of those people that's gonna go, "Oh man, I wish I was that kid." Nice. Okay, I'm not in that camp. I'm also not in the camp of women that want to pretend that this is in any way like predatory, okay? Like my opinion is basically that I know that I had functioning sexuality when I was that age. Okay? I couldn't have been raped by an attractive woman when I was that age. Okay? I would have been completely down for it. You know, unless she gave me some kind of incurable STD or tried to like baby trap me during the whole thing. Those are the only ways she could have harmed me by having sex with me. Okay? And what I came to realize during this whole situation is that one of the things Dashboard talked about is how Yiddish women were the only women that were ever attracted to his intelligence. You know, white women find it to be, you know, it hurts their ego, that it annoys them because you're not falling for their gay little tricks, uh, stuff like that. With one caveat. I realized watching these clips and thinking about this that one of the rare times that I was actually respected and perhaps even attracting white women with my intelligence was when I was this age. The only time white women that were attractive ever gave me any kind of respect for being smart was when I was the best student in their class. And maybe looking back on it, I could have been one of these kids that fucked their hot teacher. Because it gives women a big ego. If women are good teachers with bad students, having a good student in their class that makes them look good, it helps their ego. The teacher can go, look, I am a good teacher. You know, I have a wonderful student here. They're so easy to teach. I'm not the problem. These kids are. And I had a bunch of experiences like this. I never had the nerve because I thought like, you know, that's just something that doesn't happen. But looking back on it, maybe I could have fucked like 3 of my teachers. And dude, they were all hot. I remember my math teacher in like ninth grade she was kind of a butterface, but still cute. And just had the cutest ass, though. Like, just the best ass. Every time she'd turn around, every guy in the class was fixated on it, 100%. Obviously not if you're some sort of, like, ugly person, okay? But if you're attractive, I think they do. And I think that it goes further, because a lot of us have had that experience, if you're not an IQ cell, where you're a child and you think in your head, wow, I'm actually smarter than these alleged adults. Okay, you might not know as much, but they found the keys. My boss had them. I'm glad it wasn't me. This is a trust exercise. I said I didn't have the keys. I said I didn't have them. The boomer had the keys. The boomer stole the keys, and I almost got blamed for it. I'm glad I looked for a total of 10 seconds, and then said, "No, it wasn't me." It wasn't me. Well, they turned up. So, when women discuss these kind of age gap relationships and whatnot with young people, a lot of the time the phrase they'll use is, they're so mature for their age. Women will say this about themselves. If it's a woman trying to assuage the fears or apprehension of an older guy, they'll talk about how they're mature for their own age. If they're trying to, a lot of the times their attraction to young men is, a young man is attractive, of course, physically, but also mature for his age. He's her like mental equal or her better. And I think a lot of the times that combined, like in the same way that women hate nice guys, but you can kind of bypass the nice guy thing. One of the methods I've talked about in the past was to hit on married or in a relationship woman. Okay, women that know that they're in a relationship. Okay, because then you being a nice guy comes across as just like you being a manipulative douchebag, which is what will actually attract them. You see her wedding ring and you fucking ignore it completely. Okay? I think it's the same kind of thing with this. You can be the studious young man, you can be physically attractive, you can be the nice guy to her. But the fact that you're forbidden as her student will be doing the heavy lifting in the bad boy department on your behalf. I think that, it's not that these guys are superior to us really, and maybe in looks perhaps, whatever. It's that they have the entire environment working for them. They're at the right place at the right time. Okay, this is a fucking big wipe here. Just gonna ignore that. So let me keep pulling stuff up here. I got another short from that show.
City Youth. We're beautifying Chicago one block at a time. Just looks good on my Tufts application. Admissions people are into you helping out the porn shit.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay, not offended.
What happened to all the meth heads squatting in here?
Who the hell are you?
Concerned neighborhood citizen?
Took me 6 months to get rid of them.
Yeah, I heard there were dead bodies in there, too.
Yeah, 4.
Hey, how much you paying these guys?
Too much.
Might have a better deal for you.
Gonna need you to clean the blood splatter on the walls, evidence marks on the floor, and patch up the bullet holes. That should get you started. All right, here you go. It's $50 a head. It's $400.
Hey, is there any chance I can get an advance in the next couple days?
Hey, slow your roll, kid. I haven't seen what they could do yet.
Senor,
Yeah?
this man has stole our jobs.
No, I didn't steal them. I just underbid you.
But we are illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
How can you underbeat us?
Gotta white's the new brown.
The what?
The new brown.
This is underbeat us.
Gotta white.
Ghetto white's the new brown. This is how I feel when I go into one of these jobs and I'm the best worker they've ever seen because they're used to dealing with like brown slaves. And I just go there and the job has been so watered down and like reshaped for like a 50 IQ Congoloid that I can just breeze on in there and I can coast and I can catch my breath and I can just have an easy ass time. Because the job has been created for somebody that it can't be made any easier for, and they're still fucking it up. And then I come in and I look like the hero. I imagine Dismal's had a lot of these experiences too with his workplace, or workplaces, plural. The brown slave always gets more respect. They get more lip service, that's for sure. I'm not sure that they get more respect. And other white men go for the throat when they see another competent white man. That's true, but I think it's also largely an age demographic thing. I think that boomers and Gen X and maybe some intermillennial behavior definitely falls along those lines, but I have no desire to tear down Zoomer guys. I have no desire to tear down Gen Alpha guys. Okay? I don't see them and want to make their life actively worse. I don't think that my life is going to improve by doing that. We got more here. Oh, this was good too.
In place would
So for all those guys that think they're just gonna get a surrogate, it seems they're patching that exploit out of the game in the most recent DLC. You're not gonna be able to get a surrogate because they're gonna intentionally give your surrogate kid mental illness. And it's amazing that they'll talk about a surrogate child having increased risk of mental illnesses, but like women having like frozen embryo eggs and IVF babies when they're like 45, they won't mention that at all. But surrogate? Don't do that, white boys. They're gonna be mentally ill.
which require mental health screening for people wanting to be surrogates. However, this study from ICES found that nearly 1 in 5 gestational carriers had a prior mental illness diagnosis before pregnancy, which the authors say
I personally, I don't think this has, if this is true, which I doubt in the first place, I think that it's a case of the sort of person that would be okay with going through with a surrogacy is mentally ill. So of course their children have higher odds of inheriting mental illness. You could do this same study and conclude that parents that have tattoos are more likely for their children to develop mental illness. No, the mother had tattoos. She was mentally ill. Yeah, I don't think the tattoos have anything to do with it. The mentally ill mother had to do with it.
they included some serious conditions which may have made them ineligible to be a surrogate.
The study looked at Ontario data of more than 767,000 births. Part of the findings zeroed in on 758 people who were carrying a baby for someone else. The big takeaway is that these women had a higher rate of a new onset mental illness. That included everything from depression, anxiety, and psychotic episodes. The research does not identify why this is happening, but the lead author, Dr. Maria Velez, has a few hypotheses.
Might be stressful for the gestational carriers. One of the things is relinquishing the child at birth. There are also some gestational carriers that raise concerns like with the relationship with the intended parents during pregnancy and after pregnancy, and how the contact with them after pregnancy can also impact their mental health.
Dr. Velez says they hope this research reaffirms the need to properly counsel people who are looking to be surrogates pre-conception and during pregnancy in order to mitigate potential risk. Catherine Ward, Global News, Toronto.
She does have a very odd look to her. The piercing, cold blue eyes with the brown, almost red hair and the big shovel-like nose with the tiny lips. There's not a whole lot of facial harmony going on here. I wouldn't call her ugly necessarily, but she's just got a weird blend of features.
She ran.
My name is Finley and I'm 14 years old.
Brandon and Chris. A team of research.
See, and then you scroll down, and that was posted 1 day ago. This was posted 4 days ago. And how social media is helping a shortage of surrogates in Canada.
Brandon and Krista Ani never thought they'd be relying on social media to help them grow their family.
Everything is so schizophrenic, like Dashboard would talk about or maybe it was Sam Hyde. To be honest, I get those two confused because I find them similar in their mannerisms sometimes, so it blends together a little bit in my memory. But I think it was Sam talked about how society is going to be kept at this insane like fever pitch to where people can never relax and get comfortable because, white women in particular don't like have kids when they're like stressed. And this is back-to-back articles. On the one hand, how surrogacy will make your kid mentally ill, and then on the other hand, social media is helping with the shortage of surrogates.
The social media thing, we toyed with it for a while, and then eventually we thought, well, there's just such a good opportunity to just put yourself out.
Now, I'm happy. This is a nice a nice couple, okay? Like, I wouldn't necessarily mind having these people for neighbors. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you need help moving a wall unit, whatever. I could be cordial with these people. I wouldn't have any problem. No, you don't start nothing, there won't be nothing. But do we really need to do we really see anything here that needs to be passed on? Like, that has to absolutely make it into the next generation? You know, the mother might have been cute 15 years ago. The father looks, you know, I'd say that she's below him. She doesn't look as good as he does. He still has most of his hair. You know, you can tell he's kind of dead inside. You know, I don't have any ill wishes towards them, but like, we're gonna bend over backwards as a society to try and make sure we can take him out of the equation, to try and make sure that she has kids. Really? Does she really need to have them? Why did she not prioritize this a little bit earlier in life?
Out there.
So they did, after a medical complication during the birth of their son took away Krista's ability to have children and left the couple instead searching for a surrogate, a journey they've now been on for over a year.
As scary as social media is, we found it to be actually kind of a bit...
You know what? Maybe I'm criticizing them too much. They actually tried, and she had some kind of a problem, you know, whatever. But it's like, nature straight up told you that you shouldn't have kids. You know, when I'm an incel, when I can't get a girl, people dab on me. People gloat about it. You're being left behind. Your genetic material is not required. And, you know, they think that it's natural selection, it's Darwinian. You know, I deserve to get left behind. I have a functioning reproductive system as far as I know, okay? If I put nut to butt and fucking shot it in some coochie, okay, I bet you I'd knock her up. Okay? I've been training my swimmers, okay? Like, those guys have had to survive on the carpet in my room, in piss jugs, in garbage cans, okay? Like, the ones that are the next generation of them have seen the previous ones and the environment they've had to, you know, deal with, okay? If they ended up anywhere near a pussy, okay, they're getting in there. They're finding their way to an ovary. Okay, my sperm, I guarantee, are like special forces, okay? They're like the fags that show up on Joe Rogan and talk about, you know, how they were in Delta Force. That's my sperm, okay? My sperm's gonna be landing like 5,000 yard sniper shots on Bin Laden's pussy, okay? If I just airdrop them in range, they're getting there. Okay? So I don't think I have any worries. You know, my body's working more or less as God made it, with some, you know, wear and tear. Hers straight up like just bricked. Hers is just like, nah, grinds to a halt, can't even function. How is it eugenic for her to be having children when nature has decreed that she should not, you shall not pass? Your ovaries 404'd, your uterus 404'd. Eggs not found. But you'll never hear that from these women. They'll never talk about how this woman, you know, it's nature's will, you know, and the tough guys that managed to get some Becky pussy once. You know, you never hear from them that, actually, I mean, yeah, it's eugenic or it's dysgenic. You know, they just consider all women to be eugenic when this woman's own reproductive faculties disagree with her and all these guys. Yeah, like, nature decided, not you. So why don't you take the hint? I'm supposed to take the hint. I have a functioning reproductive system. I'm a strong man. I could even force myself on somebody maybe. But of course I never would, and I choose not to. You know, nature didn't straight, you know, take me out of the game. Women did. But nature took this woman out of the game, and she's picking a fight with the referee. Okay, she's got a problem with the ref. You know, we're gonna appeal this to, you know, the College of Referees for review. We're gonna see if we can't get the decision overturned. We're gonna call in the higher ups. So, having her first child at 45 thanks to heavy pharmaceuticals is winning against nature. Chromosomes be damned. Yeah. I'm going to go try and run and grab my mount quick here before my queue time's out. Because somebody was fucking bullying me for having a hand of rag, but still on a 60% mount. I was waiting for today. I got rank 11. I can go buy my welfare mount. I don't really care about genetically engineering a baby, personally. You know, if I was like a parent and had an actual partner, yeah, you know, I wouldn't want them to have any defects. But, you know, I'm more interested in, like, 3D printing a girlfriend. That would appeal to me more than genetically engineering a baby. You know, that doesn't really do me a whole lot of good. There we go, boys. The epic mount. I'll still have to get epic mount training before Burning Crusade, but for now, we've got it. Epoch WoW's dead on arrival. Waited in queue for like 12 hours to play that shit, and the server crashes. They didn't at all anticipate the amount of people that actually want to play their server, and they're managing it like exceptionally poorly. So I don't want to go into this too much, okay? Because I can't take credit for this, and I'd really like to give low inhib nigga, aka Eminent Volk, aka Black Pill Backshots, his dues for this, because he's the one that does the serial sleuthing, okay? But the age of consent pill and the women selecting their partners pill is really called into question when you start seeing how much attention prison pen pal men get on TikTok. Okay? I'm not going to scroll through these right now. I will I'll open some of the links here. The women are going crazy for these guys, okay? They can't get enough of them, and it's women and girls of all ages throwing themselves at these guys. Okay? When he get out, I'll be legal. He willing to take another charge? Do normies get this kind of attention from women? Or girls, even? Hey, when he get out, I'll be legal. This is more enthusiasm than I've ever seen a normie get. And this is all over the place. Ankle monitor chads keep winning. I'm not even joking. I'm about to go buy one. Do we want to shop for fake ankle monitors? They even give them fucking cool names, man. You know, they sound fancy like Gucci and shit. The Avendi fake prop ankle monitor, house arrest bracelet, GPS tracker. The ankle monitor, you could have a set of prop handcuffs too. You know? Have a set of fake handcuffs that look real, maybe real handcuffs. I think you can own them. But cut the chain off the handcuffs and just wear them like bracelets. Just wear your fucking cut off handcuffs on each wrist and your fake ankle monitor. And I bet you attract so many girls, not even kidding. Crack cocaine for retarded white foids. The handcuff bracelets and the fake ankle monitor. No. You're not trying to get shot, okay? You actually are trying to get apprehended, because that will just add to the whole situation. Okay? You're out in public with your handcuff bracelets and your fucking fake ankle monitor. You know, you're getting called in. The police are going to come interact with you. You don't want a fake Glock switch. Let the Karens help you get laid. The Karens will call in the escaped prisoner. The police will show up to investigate. They'll see your fake ankle monitor. You'll tell them, hey officer, you know, come here, dude. Like, can I just talk to you for a second? And you explain the whole thing to him. You tell him, women love douchebag, scumbag criminals. So what I'm doing is pretending to be one so I can get a girlfriend. And you want to rough me up a little bit? You want to throw me in the back of the cop car for a little while? You'd be doing me a favor. And you would be fine. The police would think this is hilarious. It would give them a hilarious story to tell at the station. You know, you'd become like a local folk hero, right? The guy that wears a fake ankle monitor to attract women. Okay, that's a story that would spread like wildfire. You know, your reputation would precede you at that point. It'll probably be a female officer that shows up. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, and then you can hit on the female officer. You can tell him, you're a fake cop, I'm a fake criminal. I think we're kind of made for each other. Female officers at the precinct fucking fighting one another, fighting the male cops to be the one to get a dispatch to the escaped ankle monitor calls. Plot twist: the female officer lets you go when you start a life together. I haven't. Maybe it's because before I suffered twink death, you know, I came across as maybe boyish and non-threatening to female cops. But I never had this experience where female cops, I was worried about them like mag dumping me. You know, generally speaking, they've been cool. You know, female cops have been all right. maybe it's the environment where everything isn't, quite as, you're not as worried being a female cop here as maybe the UK or the United States because of the demographics. Maybe it would change if the demographics did, but generally they've been pretty cool to me. They've been all right. My only bad experiences with cops, of which there have been a few, but I've also had a lot of interaction with them. So I've probably, as a percentage, had more bad interactions with, like, cashiers than I have police officers. Gray sweatpants, fake ankle monitor, recognizable bulge. Yeah. But yeah, full of these kind of responses. So I'd like to go through this with him at some point. He's kind of got a lot going on in life right now, but like, let's click one at random here. Let's click this guy. Let's see what women are saying about this guy. Listen to music.
What's good? So, here's a video showing some love, hoping I get some back. Right at the gate, you know what it is, almost right around the corner, so this is close. Just wait until I get back out to keep grinding with his music, you know what I mean? But I'm showing some love, hoping I get some back. Get at me though.
Look at this. Women just browse this shit like crazy, okay? This is the sort of women too that show up in the tea leaks. Okay, this is a single mom. This woman got a baby and she's over here shopping for baby daddies in the prison pen pal section. Like, what? Such a strange name too, Baby Love. Baby Love, what? Let's click another one. We'll just scroll, we'll pick another one at random here, right? Scroll, let's pick this one.
Look, I'm
okay.
Taking applications today for a life coach, and I need you. Beanie.
I'd be whatever coach you need me to be. We'll hit him up. He needs a pen pal. You guys ever get positive responses like this from women? I'll be whatever you need me to be. Every single one of them have some sort of response like this. Let's click another here. Okay, we gotta go to some older ones. Ones that have been seen. We can check in on that one in a little while. Let's pick an ugly guy and see what sort of responses he has.
Hey ladies, my name's Grant.
Okay, he biffed it. You can't just go, hey ladies. Okay. He's hat fishing in prison too. You gotta have hair, okay? I don't think the criminality makes up for not having hair. Is Raymond gonna be on Thomas White tomorrow? I didn't even know they were streaming. So I had an idea the other day where I was sharing this with Eminent Volk and he thought it was a good idea too. Now, my idea for dating apps is as follows, okay? What you would do on the dating app is if any of you guys ever called customer service before, you call customer service and you're informed that you need, you have an estimated wait time, all of the representatives are busy, we can call you back in 5 hours or whatever it is. Would you like to be on the callback list or would you like to remain on hold? Right? They already have the algorithms for this. I'm sure they have it for, online workers and whatnot. that track the person's average response time. And I think that this would be a good stat to have available on people's dating profiles. People have been asking, I want to see her body count, bro. I need her body count. I got to know her body count. Well, you'd put this in, it would be gender neutral. Women could see how long it takes men generally to respond, and men vice versa. And you could tell whether a girl is worth interacting with or even messaging. Because if her average response time is 20 hours, 40 hours, then you know that no, you don't even need the unreads. That would factor into a response time, right? It's safe to assume that if her response time is abysmal, then she's probably got a pile of unreads in the inbox as well. So all you need is the response time. And women would like this because they wouldn't understand how it would be snitching on them. And if a woman wants to keep her response time low so that she seems, approachable and like the right guy approaches her, she has to actually respond and talk to guys, and they can get a little practice or experience while doing it. And vice versa. Women can look for guys. If women like guys that don't respond quickly because I don't want him to seem eager or needy, then they can filter it the other way. And men can game it. Men, if they want to appear as if they have a fast response time, can respond quickly. If they want to appear slow, they can appear slow. But women, it puts them between a rock and a hard place, because they either have to respond to men they don't want to, or they have to not respond and have an apparent long response time that will avoid people, that men can see to avoid her. Kind of already covered the T app at the beginning. You just re-listen to it later. I don't want to cover it again. The TLDR version is, I think that it was, the whole thing was a sham. I think it was set up, it's like a psyop to try and repair birth rates and make things slightly better for white boys to manufacture their consent to Zog, because it's too convenient of all the notes that it hit on. Well, where's this news article? I seen this the other day. Dashboard vindicated again. Oops! Scientists may have severely miscalculated how many humans are on Earth. Uh-oh. You mean there's not 500 million pygmy Africans? Who'd have thunk it? They're owning up to their lie now. I'm an education cell. I hated going there after a certain point. So I really like this clip. I'm going to play it.
The dumbest person you went to high school with just got their master's, and they're going to do absolutely nothing with it. What do I mean? Anyone who has gone through like an undergraduate or graduate level program in the last, 10 years knows that these programs are not a sprint of intellect. These are a marathon of endurance, right? Pretty much anyone is going to get through it if they're willing to dedicate enough time to it. If you have the time and the money, you're going to get the credential you're seeking. It's just going to happen. When education and higher education is ran more like a business than a pursuit of excellence, that is just the natural outcome. The paying customer gets what they paid for. Now, businesses and the savvy worker have observed this. The people who haven't are maybe the people who are less perceptive to these nuances, right? So the irony is that right now within these programs, what we're basically selecting for is people who could not find a job or in the free market could not find the pay that they felt that they were worth. Basically, it's the people that like didn't know what they were doing, and they just, like a chicken with their head cut off, were like, I'll get my master's. So now what we end up with is people who are kind of rapidly defending this credential, this institution, because in their mind, it is what says, no, I am smart, I am worth this. This is what I am worth. But the thing is, that's not how things work in the free market, right? The free market decides what you're worth based on your skills and your output, and not this like credential that you Quizleted. And the effect is you'll be scrolling through TikTok now and find someone who's like got their master's on a subject talking like they are the authority on it, but they're talking with like some like 19-year-old E2 high school dropout in the army who's like kind of running in circles around them on the subject after having like gone on a YouTube Wikipedia deep dive, because they're actually passionate about it, and they didn't do it just because they wanted like the credential because they didn't know what they were doing and they thought they were going to like make more money this way. So what I suspect will happen is the value of these degrees will continue to fall, because as more and more people who aren't actually super qualified to speak on a certain subject have a master's in that subject, there's just going to be no point in pursuing it, because it doesn't actually designate that you know any more or less, and people are going to need to test you with other metrics in any case. And the really savvy student will probably realize that the bachelor's isn't even totally a great ROI at this point. I think we're going to be in a post-higher education world within 10 years. That's my prediction. Maybe I'm wrong. Tell me why in the comments.
I don't know how he finds this stuff. He's an excellent curator of black pill material. I got lampooned, okay? I got absolutely, like, societally lynched for having the audacity to formally ask out a girl that was a year above the legal age of consent in my country. And there was about a 9 or 10 year age gap. Okay? Meanwhile, what are women self-reporting? We have got 15, this is their own age gaps that they talk about. Okay? This is women when nobody's looking, what they admit to. Or when they think nobody's looking. My friends, 15 and 22. 15 and 37. 16 and 28. 13 and 41. 13 and 23. 13 and 24 with a child. 15 and 24, or 11 and 21. Now, I don't agree with probably about half of these. Like 11, that's a kid, okay? 13, you're basically a kid, okay? But look at what women are doing. This is why, just get some girl in her 20s. Dude, you have any idea what they've been doing, man? That's not some, like, low body count, wifey material, saving herself for you. Women get after it really early on in life, okay? While you're still spinning your tires, okay? You're in the mud puddle with your bicycle splashing around. You're playing in the fucking sandbox. Maybe you're playing some sports ball. Or you're playing a video game. A girl's getting fucked by a 41-year-old. "41 years old. 14 and 42. That was 4 years ago, though, and I don't talk to him. As if that makes it better. I don't talk to him anymore. Okay. 14 and 28. $19 and 36. 21 and 58. 16 and 23. 18 and 46. 11 and 17 and 16 and 42. This is women openly admitting it, man. 17 and 38. He was married and I didn't know until after she tried texting me. 17 and 23. 14 and 47. 9 to 18. Women will say this with a straight face. They don't even see a problem with it because they were attracted to the guy. They're bragging about it. $17 and 49. Please don't judge. Like, if you compare I feel like a gentleman. I was very respectful. I didn't act like these guys. I didn't go, fuck it, man, I'm getting it in. Fuck it, dude. And what do I get for my trouble? I get faggots in my chat pretending I'm the pedophile. I get attacked in my house because allegedly I am one. Because I dare to ask out a girl that is at an age when my sister had already had multiple abortions. No comment on any of that, though. You know, we never heard harsh words about any of the guys that were knocking her up when she was underage. There was never anything bad said about that. My mistake is that I got rejected. That's my problem. I'm a creepy, entitled monster loser. Only because I got rejected, though. People can do far worse things, but because the girl didn't reject them, then it's A-okay. Then it's just fine. Scroll on here, see if there's any more I want to... This made me laugh.
With me to work up.
This guy probably still does more work than the majority of his, like, nons and female coworkers. I agree with this. Boomers complaining big time in the comments. Most Gen Z video ever.
A 4-hour shift at Walmart. So first my boss asked me to fill milk, but it was kind of cold in there, so I just kind of stopped. And then they want me to fill this water from the pallet, but I tried picking it up and it was too heavy and it hurt, so I just didn't, and I went on break instead. I had this lovely meal of steak, you know, grapes, potatoes, broccoli, put ketchup in a cup because I couldn't find a plate. And then my boss got mad at me because I took a 30-minute break, so he made me stock this Twizzlers, and here's all the trash. And then he also made me stock this end cap with like a bunch more Twizzlers, and yeah, that's how it was looking. I was supposed to throw away all this trash, but when I got back there, I was like, dude, that's way too much work, so I just left it. And then I stocked 6 cans of this, only 6. And then this stuff was empty, so I went to the back and I put it on a cart and I filled it. Look, wow, it looks great. Then they wanted me to move this pallet, but I tried pulling it and it was too hard. So I realized this just isn't meant for me, and I quit my job. So, yeah.
When I was waging at the grocery store, okay, I had a very similar experience to this. People think that he's like joking about this. Yeah, there's some joking done here, but These people running these stores see a fit white guy, and what do they immediately
Come with me
assign
to
him
work
to
a
do?
4-hour shift at Walmart. So first my
Go muscle around the 4-liter milk jugs. Go move all the gallons of
boss
milk.
asked me to fill
Okay, that's task number 1.
milk. And they want me to
Task number 2, break your back fucking moving the fucking water bottle cluster bundle, big fucking value bundle packs. Okay? Stack these up.
fill this water from, and I would, grab and find a plate. And then you also with like outfits, cans of this.
That was always my experience. You just get assigned the hard shit. Dude, when I worked at the grocery store, they had me doing 10 full overloaded pallets of frozen shit in my one evening shift. Meanwhile, the women and the nigs that I worked with would get 2 pallets of potato chips to stock for the whole fucking shift. That's all they'd be expected to do. 2 pallets of potato chips. I stole so much shit when I was working at Dollar General. Dude, they had the building locked down when I was working there. You could tell that they'd had bad experiences with employee theft. You had to get let into the building and let out of the building with a key card that your manager had. And so I adapted. I'd stuff things in my pockets, and then when they had me go stock the the dairy aisle, like put the milk jugs in like he was doing, I just snack back there. I just eat on the spot. I adapted to it. Yeah, and it's horrible hours. It's a joke, It should be illegal. It should be illegal. Like employers should have to give it should be mandatory, like full time. If you're gonna offer somebody a part-time position, the part-time position should be mandatory temporary. Okay? Like, you can't work part-time for more than 6 months or 12 months without being offered by the business. They have to offer it full-time. None of this shit. Okay? Not mandatory pay increases. There should be mandatory hour increases. Okay? If you work somewhere for 6 months and they're not giving you full-time, they should get fined. What else do we got here? I don't know if you guys have seen this guy.
I think that's my favorite image so far.
Just our hands.
Yeah.
That was our very first day.
She's married and pregnant to another guy, and this is her co-worker actor for the movie set or whatever that they're on. And there's a whole bunch of clips like this. Like, there's ones of him with his hands all over her, and he's like fucking rubbing her belly. Dude, if I was the husband, okay, you need to be getting a paternity test months ago.
Oh, you don't have to see my face. Terrible confession to make in front of Gordon.
It's because we some of the best men in the world, so they don't count.
It's just my work friend. You insecure, jealous Inky. What else we got here? Check my DMs. No, I got a message from... I always forget to put it to... It's always on top chat and never live chat. I always forget. Sorry. Eminent, if you're listening, type in chat and I'll mod you. Yeah, I don't know why it always defaults to that. I always forget until I'm reminded that somebody else's posts I like reading, I can't see. I mean, am I gonna Andy the Ginger Jacks breakup guide? I can't help but feel like I may have something to do with that. I feel partly responsible. I don't want to download this. Oh.
We never told no one, but we look so cute. Both got way better things to do, but I always think about it when I'm driving through. We never told no one, but we look so cute. Both got way better things to do, but I always think about it when I'm driving through.
I'm just not gonna judge anymore. Girl, this is illegal. Real, hashtag it's just a number. Low key a flex, to be honest. I would say age is just a number, but Tills, this is not a good dude. Is not good, dude. It's totally fine. She says it's totally fine.
We never told no one, but we look so cute. Both got way better things to do, but I always think about it when I'm driving through.
This is what women are doing. "12-year-old girls bragging about dating 19-year-old guys." And this is why women assume if you say you want a virgin wife, their brain immediately spazzes out, freaks out, and goes, "You want to fuck a 10-year-old!" Because that's what they were doing at those ages. This is what women's sexual liberation looks like in practice. Women throwing away their hymens in fucking 7th grade. And then you're supposed to come along, Trad Cucks and all these other guys will come along and tell you that, like, she's 20 years old, dude, what are you complaining about? Because it's got nothing to do with the age. It's got everything to do with what they're actually fucking doing. And this is what they're doing. This isn't incels posting this. This is all trolls? This is all men with their elaborate fantasies and fake social media accounts pretending to be girls doing this? I don't think so. That doesn't really jive with Occam's razor. Yes, Russian bots. I'm sure they'll cope with that. When I was in the 8th grade, a girl named Angela had a 21-year-old boyfriend with an admittedly badass Camaro. That was my experience in high school. As soon as girls hit like the fuckable stage, like they were undeniably hot, they all got scooped up by every single girl got picked off by a guy that had just made it out of high school and had some like money from their first year working and bought something cool with it. They took them all. The only girls that didn't get scooped up like that were ones that were dating, like, the quarterback on the football team, the starting center on the basketball team. Those were the only guys whose girls didn't get taken by older dudes. That was it, because they had enough clout in their little their little arena to compete. It's just exhausting. And this is the kind of thing I will never forgive my fucking mother for. Wasting my fucking life, making me play by all these faggot fucking rules when everybody else is taking everything. Girls are like a buffet. Girls are like all that there is. You know, it's a zero-sum game. It's a finite number. And your mother's like fucking restraining you, like kneecapping you, hamstringing you, laying down fucking oil slicks and banana peels while you're trying to get over there before somebody drags their fucking nuts across the entire buffet. Wow, thanks, Mom. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, somebody, actually, a whole horde of guys made it to the buffet, and they just fucking bukkakied the whole fucking thing while you were helping me, and now there's nothing left. Thank you. Thanks for the help, though. I really appreciate it. What a great mother you are. Thanks for holding me back while the whole buffet got bukkakied, Mom. Thanks. No, my mom actively sabotaged. Every single time I started getting close with a girl at school, all of a sudden we had to move. We had to move across town. We had to move to a new city. We had to move to a new province within 6 months. Every single time happened 5 fucking times in a row. Any single time I got close with a girl, she'd find a way to intentionally fuck it up. I didn't even need advice. I needed her to fuck off. And she couldn't do that.
Danish women go crazy when you talk about eugenics. No, they don't. I'm pretty sure if you said we've got to get rid of these retards, women are going to look at you as a monster, and I know that. That's why I'm smart enough not to open my mouth about such topics. And in point of fact, like I said, who do you think women are going to go for? Are they going to go for the stoic man who says, you know, we have a finite amount of resources, and we should be committing those resources to those who are going to contribute the most to society, the gifted, the intelligent, the precocious youths, the precocious children, and we should cut off all the funding to these people, these students who simply cannot learn, they are incapable of learning, they are dead weight, they are useless eaters, to quote an obscure German politician. They're just taking up space, they're sucking up our resources, and we've got to make some tough decisions here. Women are not going to say, you know what, I admire that. That's a real man. That's a man who speaks his mind, even if it's unpopular. They're going to recoil from you like you're a fucking vampire. Okay, they are going to be so repulsed by your ideology of master morality instead of slave morality. They're not going to want to have anything to do with you. So no, women are not secretly scouting out superior alpha seed so that they can have a race of so they can give birth to a brood of Ubermensch. Okay, this is so antediluvian, this way of thinking. I mean, maybe back in the Stone Age, maybe back in the Neolithic era, maybe, you know, being the big brutal warlord, you know, who could, you know, smash his foe with a club. Maybe women did respond to that. But in an era of 24/7 media saturation brainwashing, where we extol the virtues of being a victim and the shamefulness of being a victor, the shamefulness of being strong. Instead of triumph of the will, it's triumph of the ill. Okay, that's what we have nowadays. Triumph of the illest. Triumph of the most ill. It's not triumph of the will anymore, of imposing your will on others. It's whoever can claim to be the biggest victim is the winner. So no.
It's just I don't know. I don't really have anything too much more to add here. Just had some tabs and blow off some steam. Just fucking. I'm just tilted, right? Like I hate summer. I'm like Elliot Rodger in that regard. I hate going out during the summer and it's like you got couples everywhere. Like I can't fucking stand it, man. I worked a fucking 12-hour day the other day. And I get home, I'm tired, I'm sore, I'm up at the microwave in the kitchen, quickly reheating some goy slop before I fucking go to bed and do it all over again tomorrow. And my mom starts fucking playing 21 questions with me about how my day was. And I had to tell her, like, can you honestly just fuck off and leave me alone? You're not the girl I want to be talking to after working all day long. Talking to you is work with no reward. I don't want to interact with you. All you are is a reminder of what you kept me from getting. If you were not in the picture, if you had just like died in a car accident when I was like 5 years old, I would have had a girlfriend for a decade now. I would have been getting my dick sucked once a week. Can't even get an apology, can't get any admission of wrongdoing, nothing. Just plays fucking stupid about it. Nah, I probably got some self-defense situations coming up, though. Groids, for whatever reason, are just giving me really fucking dirty looks. I'm thinking of slapping South Africa stickers all over my fucking helmet. At least then they'll have a reason to be glaring at me. I had to go drop a package off at UPS that I sold on eBay the other day. And I'm at the UPS store, and it's a small little, like, storefront in a strip mall. And I can't even get into the building because there is a black couple. And to their credit, you know, they looked like a couple of Oreos. You know, they were as black as Oreos, but they were, like, dressed nicely in some taxpayer-funded clothing. You know, they were wearing like dress pants, button-up shirts, you know, like respectable clothing, but they had 3 little nigglets with them, 3 male little nigglets, triplets or something. And I'm just thinking in my head, like, I can already see these little excess male YNs that you guys spawned are not going to listen to your dumb asses, and we're going to have 3 fucking YNs running amok here in about a decade. It was just disgusting. Like, I don't hate children, you know. It's not the kid's fault, but it's like, you come to my fucking country, you get everything fucking paid for, and you spawn nothing but more useless eater excess males. We didn't need that. Black people don't work. They don't do anything. The only thing black people can manage to do is multiply. Multiply and fuck white women. That's all they can manage to do. And stomp on people's heads when they're on the ground. That's all blacks are good for. That isn't sports ball or shucking and jiving. I didn't even go into the building. I sat down on the curb and turned my back. I don't even want to look at this pack of nation invaders. The father was giving me dirty looks like, you're just going to stand outside? You don't want to come mingle amongst our fucking... You know what I mean? Like... Yeah, I'm supposed to want to wade through your fucking pack of niglets to try and drop off a package. I'd rather bake outside in the 100-degree Fahrenheit heat and just wait for you to fucking leave so I can go into the building uninhibited by you. Yeah, don't feed the wild animals, but go ahead and feed all of Africa. I'm not even racist. I don't actually hate black people. I want black people to do good in Africa. I don't want them here. I want to be able to get away from them. They don't improve anything for me. Anything I need from black people, I can get through the internet. A recipe, a clip of them quipping in public, a world star video of somebody stomping a head. I don't need that right beside me. I can get my fill of black people through bandwidth. The alien stares, the dead eyes, the fucking... Oh my god, man. I thought I wouldn't mind it so much. I thought that Americans were, like, exaggerating how, like, off-putting they were. But, dude, I can't even handle the ones that are, like, seem to be behaving. I don't want to be anywhere near them. Then my mother has the nerve to complain about blacks. Oh, at the last place where I worked, they just hired a bunch of black caretakers. They just hired a bunch of Africans. I'm like, yeah, that's a government job. They're giving all your Jewish daycare jobs that used to be for white women to blacks now. Now that there's enough of them here and you voted for them to be here, you're on the chopping block now, dumb white bitch. Surprise! And I can't take my mother seriously on any of these topics because it's like, you're going to complain about blacks now, but you left BBC porn in the VCR. You would tell me when I was a kid about how you want to have a little nigger baby. You want to have a little nigger baby. You think they're so cute. You immediately, upon divorcing my father, go and fuck a nig. And the only reason we find out is because my sister snooped through your email that you left on the PC logged in, and found your dating profile and found who you were exchanging messages with. And now you're going to complain about blacks? Are they not taboo enough for you now that they're everywhere? You don't like them anymore? Yeah, tunes into the Super Bowl, but's gonna complain about blacks. She does that too. Yeah, I'm sure there's guys out there that have had it worse than me. Okay, this isn't a competition. At least I'm not trying to compete. It's just I can't believe it. Of all the people to complain to me about blacks, you were fucking them. My mom collects fucking African artifacts. She's got a collection of fucking tiki masks at the house. White women will just collect fucking tiki masks and fucking dream catchers and then think that it has no effect. Bringing these fucking spiritual tribal weapons of the racial other into your home and just seeing like nothing wrong with it.
The smartest people pretend.
It's just exhausting. And basically all white women are like this. You know, Black Pill Backshots enrages so many of these wignats by pointing out that, like, you think these women are trad, meanwhile they're dancing in the most sexualized way possible to nigger music and uploading it to the internet. And people are going, oh, that's wife material because she isn't fat. No, I don't think most of you know that white women are ruined. You might be the exception. Most have no fucking idea. Yeah, accidentally forgot it in the VHS machine. The VHS machine in the basement that we all played video games on, despite there being several other VHS machines in the house she could have used. Decided to use that one. And it's like, even after all this, I don't hate blacks. I hate fucking white women. I hate white women for making me have to be around blacks. Blacks would have never been a problem for me until they got airdropped on me. If I never had to interact with them, it would have never been a problem. White women don't hate white men. They hate any guy who is an 8+ in looks. No. They hate white men that aren't 8+ in looks, and they even hate a lot of the white guys that are 8+ in looks too. If the guy rejects them or has a political take they don't like or whatever, they'll complain about it. White women's standards for non-white men are way lower. Way lower. You won't meet black people in Russia? That's not true. In Eastern Germany after the Second World War, one of the things the Bolsheviks did specifically was to make black people, like, give them positions of authority over the Eastern Germans. And that was back then. I said white women's standards for non-white men are lower. Racism of low expectations of white women benefits non-white men and hurts white men. It's not about them not wanting to grow up, it's that they are permanent teenagers. That's why rallying against dating teenage girls is so retarded, because women are as retarded as a teenage girl their whole life. They never get any smarter. They never get any more wise. There's never any improvement beyond that point. It only gets worse. They just get nastier from bad experiences. I see white women with jeets everywhere. The best white women are with, like, moneyed, attractive jeets that pay pig them. But a lot of, like, 6 to 7.5, like, what would have been what you'd think an average white guy could get white girls are with, like, high-tier normie to average jeet guys. It's extremely common. Yeah, they're attracted to these jeets. And I can't even necessarily blame them. You know, a lot of Indian girls are not even bad looking. They're like caramel Stacy's, honestly. If it's the same thing for white women, I can't really blame them, but it's like I resort to caramel Stacy because the vanilla Stacy won't even give me the time of day. And I'd rather get with an attractive girl that's a slightly different shade of color than one that I'm not attracted to at all. I get stalked by random fags on YouTube, man. You think it's impossible that I get stalked in real life? You're kind of proof positive that it happens. You're here to tell me every time I go live what I do and don't live. Becky and Stacy do date a poo. And yes, it is a cope that they're all 5'6". A lot of these first generation or second generation, the children of first generation Indians here in Canada are there. Some of them are straight up fucking moggers. And the Indian propensity to, like, cheat and scam, you know their parents are giving them performance enhancers. Okay, they're not naturally just shooting up to 6'8" as soon as they have proper nutrition. Yeah, where do you live though, dude? Because here in Canada, they are the dominant non-white group. White girls who race mix clash with their families. I haven't seen that at all. Their families encourage it, in my experience. They bend over backwards to facilitate their daughter's race mixing. You live in Ontario, Canada, and you don't see any race mixing, dude? I call bullshit. Maybe it's because you're French. I'd believe it if you're in like a French part of Canada, because the French still have some control of their culture. But in any English-speaking area in Canada, it's not uncommon to see. You dump 1 million Jeets into the country every year, dude. Even if you have a standard spread of attractiveness of the men, there's probably only 100, 200,000 like marriage-worthy white girls in the entire fucking country, and you're dumping 50,000 Jeet males that are 8 out of 10 plus into the country every year, at least. No, Alberta is not intense about it at all. Dude, I was born in Alberta. Edmonton and Calgary are completely overrun by Jeets. You're full of it if you think Alberta, Calgary has a female Jeet mayor, and you're here telling me that like there's no race mixing going on. Even if they only succeed at a 1% rate, that doesn't matter when there's 1 million coming in every year. That's 10,000 white women. Gone. Off the market. Hot white girls do race mix with Indians. They mix with Chad Preets. They absolutely do. You could argue that there's some pay for play going on, and you'd probably be right. But that doesn't mean they don't mix with them. Yeah, I'm an overachiever. I'm a go-getter, dude. I got a crack squad of elite gamers that are catching me up to speed. Soon as I hit max level, I got boosted through raids and content. I got lucky with an Eye of Rag, then I bought gold for the materials. I don't care about them having kids. I'm not one of these people that my fertility is all that matters. Yeah, a Jeet male is the perfect male for a white woman that wants to dominate a relationship. The Jeet will submit to her, he'll do whatever the fuck she wants without question to continue having access to white pussy. He won't even think about it. On average. This doesn't go for all of them, not all of them are cucked, but the ones that get in these relationships almost always are. My biggest regret is not focusing more on learning Japanese. If I had known it was going to get this bad, I would have just gone to Japan. I would have abandoned everything and just never looked back. Japan is probably cooked anyway, but at least it would be better there. The demographic decline, it would be better and more enjoyable in Japan. Yeah, not liking the Jeets is also normalized in Japan too, though, and they have far less Jeets. Japan gets 500,000 JEETs, and people are like, "Oh my God, Japan is finished." Dude, I get 500,000 JEETs every 6 months. At least. Those are the official numbers. My manlet Indian friend from grade school had and this would have been back in like 2010 to like 2014, maybe 2008 to 2014, dated a string of high tier white girls, and this guy was 5'6". He was 5'6", like spiteful. We didn't have Hispanics. They were very, very rare. But since the alleged deportations began, they're now popping up here. They just flooded over one more border. They're in Canada now. If they create a device like Google Glasses or something where I can like think a thought and then it spits it out in Japanese and translates it, I'm going there and I'm never coming back. The Japanese aren't fucking because A, their economy is expensive, and B, they're westernized. Women were put into the workforce. So the women don't want to settle down because the number of men that can actually afford to do so are very slim, and the ones that can have no incentive to settle down. They can just keep fucking schoolgirls. Hard to get in Japan without a degree. I think they'd let me in. I think I'd be honorary. I've been defending Japan's honor on the internet for a long, long time, and I wouldn't be going there to be a sex pest. I'd be going there so I could eat at restaurants that I order off of like a tablet and don't interact with any people and like collect car parts. Learning another language is very hard for me. I've just never been able to do it. It does not feel natural at all. It's not dystopian at all, dude. That was normal. That was normal for the entire time that Western society was actually functioning. I don't seethe when I see immigrants. I seethe when immigrants are like fucking things up, or I see them with women. They're just minding their own fucking business. I really don't care. Even if they're taking a job or whatever. Do you want them taking a job, or do you want them sitting around doing nothing, leeching? Just engineering destruction, warlock, 0 chance. Well, you better have a fell hunter out to dispel flask set. Otherwise you lose, buddy. Why are we just sitting here whining when we have all the advanced technology? Because women don't fuck nerds? Unless that advanced technology is gonna mind control white women and have them go knock on incels' doors and push their way into their house. What do you expect technology to do? All the technology has been used to make white women more unobtainable. None of it has been used to make it easier. There are, if you are in my chat, I have seen Indians that mog you, guaranteed. In fact, I see Indians that mog you every day. No, it's not. Dude, goofy brown dudes ruining the country are why there is misandry. They hate men because there's piles of men like inflating their egos and driving down the value of male attention. I see every single day that I go deliver to a particular location, I see an Indian dude there that looks like a tinted Dolph Lundgren. Okay? He looks like a chocolate Dolph Lundgren. And people are here telling me, Indian guys never mog. I've never been mogged by an Indian. Sure, little buddy. Sure. What percentage of my audience is biological females? I don't know. Less than 1%, and they're all paid to be here. They don't even need to mog by looks if they're seen as taking over the society. Yeah, they fill the hostile racial niche. Until recently, we didn't have blacks here, so the people that were slanging pills and everything were Jeets. Jeets are the ones with illegal firearms and everything else. They were the dark triad pill maxers. They're the ones offering nuptial gifts to impressionable young white girls. Just like you see in the UK with the Pakistanis and everything else. Same kind of similar shit goes on here. Except there weren't any blacks at the time. They have an established foothold. They own a ton of businesses. They have a ton of influence in politics and everything else. Nah, there's the roasty numbers are the non-roasty numbers are shrinking by the day, and if you're in my chat, you're fucked. 99% odds. If that doesn't apply to you, then you know you're an exception. Yeah, the Patel Hotel cartel is very real up here as well. When Clary said enjoy the decline, it wasn't a proposal, it was a command. Yeah. Delete 3 countries on Earth. I gotta think about that. Israel, America, and Africa. Not necessarily in that order. Israel, America, and Africa. I don't care about India. It's whatever. Whatever. The cluster of fucking African countries. I'm not gonna pick just one, okay? I don't even care about Indians being allowed out of India. I don't mind necessarily being around them. I find them to be racially homogenous enough, but they have to be made to assimilate. Okay? I really have no problem with like high caste Indians that are basically just white people with a tint that adopt white culture. I don't care. When I have to see them walking around in their fucking ethnic garb and they're not speaking the language and all that other shit, then I don't like them. It's not a global problem, it's a multicultural problem. If you stick different cultures of men and women in the same geographical area, you end up with a situation where every single woman's libido is fried. Okay, every single woman's reptilian brain is telling her, we are a conquered people, there are men of other color here, and then they spread their legs for the men that aren't their own men. Every single group of women does it. You don't actually have these problems with women in places where there's not multiculturalism. It's not a global problem, it's a multiculturalism problem. And if you're a white guy, you're generally speaking, if you're a white guy that's race loyal, the best you can really do is get the best you can from another group of people. Try and skim off like a hot, like racially adjacent girl, and you'll get better genes from that than you would trying to date within your own race in most cases, where you're getting fucking slop. You're paying an SMV premium. Yeah, white women race mix out of choice. Most white men race mix out of necessity. It's that or nothing. These aren't mutually exclusive ideas. I can bash white women for race mixing while simultaneously advocating it for white men that have no in-race alternative. There's 110 white men for every 100 white women. What would you... who was saying that? Cryokinetic. Okay, what do you tell those 10 white men that will never have a partner of their own within race? Are they supposed to share? Or are you going to share with them? You going to share your shield maiden with the guy that gets left out? Yeah, I just can't with black women. I can count on one hand the number of black women that I would ever even... And I would never reproduce with them. I just, maybe would have clapped their cheeks over the course of my entire lifespan. I've seen maybe 5. In fact, there's only 2 that I can really think of. Maybe 3. And only one of them have I ever seen in person. Most of them are, like, hideous. The vast majority are hideous. And I'm coming to the point where I'm pro, like, TND, if for no other reason than if we're going to be forced to be in a multicultural environment melting pot, blacks have nothing to offer. They just take from every race. It doesn't matter if the black guy is taking an Indian girl, taking an Asian girl, taking a white girl. Nobody wants the black bitch. I'm starting to think that black people actually run the entire Earth, because I don't understand how, like, you'd think if depopulation was an actual issue, you know, you're actually trying to sink the population, lower the numerical numbers across the board. You think it would be very easy to get, hey, China, hey, India, hey, Japan, hey, Vietnam, hey, everybody, hey, guys, do you think that maybe rather than destroying all the functional people's reproductive capacities, do you think that maybe we could, you know, just get rid of the 1.5 billion Africans? And then the Earth would have a lot more resources to go around for, you know, people that are actually capable of feeding themselves. The only reason that hasn't happened has to be like blacks are actually running the show from behind the curtain. How has everybody else just not agreed to reduce the population by reducing the number of blacks? That's like the logical answer. Oh, the world's overpopulated? Well, who's the weakest link here? Yeah, Bill Gates was actually a hero trying to sterilize all of Africa. Black men and Jew women been in bed for a while. Yeah, it'd explain the big lips and the nappy ass hair. Moshi can't fuck me. I need Tyrell. No, all of them. I'm sorry, we'd be just fine without the mumble rap and the sports ball. Snoop Dogg is Jewish, I believe it. Got their nappy hair from Ethiopian Jews that are black. No, I can't avoid them. They're everywhere. Every time I turn around, there's another one. What's behind door number 1? Oh, it's a nig! Door number 2, more nigs! Turn a corner, oh, it's a black! Yeah, I play both factions now on the same server. Play is kind of a stretch, though. I kind of retired my Alliance characters until Burning Crusade, then I'll start playing them again. I'm not interested in raiding on my warrior here in Burning Crusade. I just want to do arenas with my brother. Nah, Ethiopian black girls have fucking fried egg on a nail, tits, big giant 5 heads. They got like buck teeth. Naomi Campbell looks gross, dude. It's like the best of the worst. Nah, I don't think they even need psyops and chemicals. White women deleted white men's sex drive. They snuffed it out in the womb. They have very similar features. Ethiopians have 5 heads. I'm not talking about light bulb head Somalis. I'm talking about the Ethiopian, like, they don't have the traditional, like, ski ramp slope foreheads that other blacks do. Yeah, having a sex drive as a white male is nearly a crime these days. And it exactly is. The whole concept of safe horny is aimed at young white men. Young white men are bottlenecked into muscle mommy and foot fetishes and fucking hag maxing because that's the only place they're allowed to manifest a sexuality without getting longhoused. It's the only time they're not accused of fucking womanizing or sexualizing and shamed for what's a normal impulse. It's already really bad, dude. There's no fixing it. It's completely fucking over. Maybe if you had AI that just took control of absolutely everybody, you could stabilize it and begin to turn things around. But it would still be too late for me as an individual and for most of you. Unless you are willing to, you know, stoop to levels that I'm not willing to. You know, I hate Undead Chronic, but I'm in the no hymen, no diamond camp. I'm not professing my love for a woman that gave herself to another guy at any point. I don't care if it was fucking 20, 15 years ago and she's been celibate since. I'm not fucking doing that. I think that they have done that, but it doesn't matter. It's just, it's icing on the shit cake. We'd be dealing with the same problems to largely the same degree, even if they hadn't bothered. Multiculturalism and women's sexual liberation is all that it takes. The propaganda just aggravates it slightly. What do you mean not lusting over their women? I've seen more Indian girls that I'd want to bang in the last couple months that I've been working than I have white girls. Indian girls are basically, they have much lower obesity rates. You never see an LGBT Indian girl. I don't think I've ever seen an LGBT Indian girl in person in my life. Not even one. And they basically never have tattoos. So 3 strikes right there where they're beating white women. Yeah, when it comes to my attraction to Indian women, the race plays little factor. It's all about the phenotype. Like, if she has the right phenotype, I'm down. I think they're hot. But it just depends on that. I mean, I say that sucks for her, but if you give her the broken hymen pass with that excuse, then every woman that got gangbanged and lost their fucking hymen will just start claiming that. That's why, unfortunately, you also can't excuse girls that were, like, raped or something, because even if it's true, even if some girl was, you know, God forbid, actually, you know, forced into that kind of situation and she had nothing to do with it, I'm not raging about their men at all. I'm simply stating the way that it is. I'm not mad about it. I feel blessed. I'd rather see white women with guys that largely look like me. They just, you know, changed the color sliders around at the fucking character creation screen than women running around with coal black orcs. An Indian guy that has good facial bones and like a sense of style and grew up in this country has the capacity to be very much like a Mediterranean white guy. They're almost in the same category. You know, when you guys picture Indian guys, for whatever reason you're picturing like a 5'2" Indian janitor, probably because of the propagation of that meme. When I picture an Indian guy, like the sort of Indian guys that I see with enviable white girls, look like a little bit darker Paulo Costas. And when I say the Indian guys are mogging, they don't got the big fucking stupid mustaches. They're not running around in a fucking turban. They're like westernized. Yeah, they're Prince Aladdins. That's a good way to put it, right? Because everybody's familiar with the Princess Jasmine analogy going the other way. Indians smell sometimes. Blacks stink almost always. Blacks smell like shit. Blacks don't fucking bathe properly. They don't have the IQ for it. Like, this isn't to say I smell great all the time too, because I'm a sweaty fucker, okay? If it's hot outside, I'm fucking drenched. You know, antiperspirant ain't fucking covering it. Okay, but I'm not walking around stinking like poop. Okay? Indians are just smelly. Indians, there's fucking spice all over the fucking place. There's 50 people cooking stinky food in their house all day long. Like, they're pungent, okay? They have like a scent sometimes, but it's not like revolting. It's just strong. It's something to complain about if you haven't been exposed to it. The vast majority of Indians I run into fall into one of two categories. They are either boomer Indians that are still like loyal to their culture, that wear the traditional garb and the fucking turbans and everything else, but the second generation ones more or less integrated. My experience with Indians has largely been good. All my problems in life largely came from white people. It's white people calling the cops on me all the time. It's white people false accusing me. It's white people saying I'm things that I'm not. It's white people dragging me through court systems. It's white people fucking making me miserable every day. It's white people needling me for the most part. I don't like seeing blacks. They're offensive to my senses. You know, but that's not really their fault, you know? It's my fault for living somewhere where they got let in. Yeah, integrated Indians with good faces are the ones who get white girlfriends. Yeah, and a lot of them have money too, and that definitely doesn't hurt. It's not even a Jewish thing. Look at this country, dude. It's Jewish to say that India is fucking taking over Canada. It's an observation. I'm not saying go mix with a fucking Indian. I'm not saying Indian girls are better than white girls. All things equal. But if my choice is like a hot 7 or 8 out of 10 Indian or Asian girl versus that is relatively chaste, or a white girl that is going to act like she's doing me a favor while being objectively uglier than the two aforementioned categories, is fat, coming with fucking tattoos, and that's assuming I can even get one at all. I don't care so much. I don't even really want to have kids. If I'm just gonna be with somebody and they're like a live-in fuck buddy. Okay, why do I care about what particular tint they are? I care about whether I can get rock hard. That's what I care about. And a lot of white women that at least the ones I can maybe get, I can't even get it up for. There's hotter white girls, but I can't get them. I don't have a chance. Not even close. I get attacked for trying. From all angles. That said, my policy with all women is I don't speak to them unless spoken to. So that also reduces my, it's really got to be a lottery ticket. You know, girl's gonna have to jump through a lot of hoops for somebody that's not all that remarkable. You know, she's going to have to do the approach. She's going to have to come with hymen intact, okay? And that right there, that probably doesn't even exist. So, no, that policy is going to keep me from getting screwed over. Dude, I waited in queue for like fucking 10 hours day one. That server's dead on arrival. They completely torpedoed their own hype. When's the Thomas White stream supposed to start? Was that tonight or tomorrow? Nah, women will approach all the time. It's about the barometer for who a woman. Women will approach in one of two situations, okay? Women will approach guys that are so far above them or so attractive in general that the woman is okay with being rejected because so many other women have been rejected by that guy. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Women will also approach very low tier guys that they're sure will not reject them. They'll happily make approaches in both of those situations. What women will not do is approach a guy on their level. Women won't approach a guy on their level because the guy on their level is the most likely to have an actual relationship with them. The same way women will let themselves get fucked in the ass in a fucking club washroom by random one-night stands and then tell the doofy that they marry, no anal, I'm just not into that. No. They are approaching the low tier men too. I'm not saying the Indian women are based in trad. They just seem like better by comparison. And who knows how long that's going to last. You know, we've seen Asian girls in Western countries. Asian girls in Western countries were, you know, trad for a period of time too. Now the Asian American princesses are competing with white women for biggest whore title. White people didn't care about me, so I don't feel any obligation to propagate the white race at this point. I'm not gonna become the gorilla pussy gooner and just fucking nut in every womb that I can. Okay? It's a strategy that would work if that was your goal. But that's not one that I'm interested in doing. No, I've been approached by attractive girls before. When I was better looking, but not and I'm Stacy widowed at this point. I'm not going back to I can't feign satisfaction with something that's orders of magnitude worse than what I could have once had. I'm not going to make a woman fucking endure being with me because she's the best I can do now. I'm not a woman. I'm not heartless. I'd rather do nothing. I'd rather have no one than settle. Aren't I half Jewish? I suspect my mother is Jewish. She denies it vehemently, but her behavior says otherwise, so... I don't really have a whole lot of Jewish experiences besides having my dick attacked shortly after spawning in. And I didn't even get a rabbi to suck it. Being JB Stacy Widow is worse than being War Widow. I 500% agree. It's not pretty rare, dude. Jews are supposed to be 2% of the population in America, and like 65-70% of men are mutilated. You think an imaginary border all of a sudden they stop cutting up dicks? I'm sorry, with fat women had one job. Imagine being born in with a winning lottery ticket and you instead just decide to get obese. I'm fat now. I got a fucking excuse to be fat. Okay? I got no girlfriend. I got slapped down hard when I got close to getting one. I stopped doing drugs. My only copes are video games and food at this point. So, also I'm fucking old. I got fucked up teeth. I'm balding now. Like, why the fuck do I care about being slim? Being slim only ever got me in trouble. When I used to be fat, I wasn't on probation. Yeah, matches on apps with used up whores, dude. Grats. Congratulations. Wow, I want to starve myself so that I can be man number 85 for Becky. Wow, great. No thanks. I think I'd rather eat a bag of hot Cheetos than be Becky's 85th partner. But you do you. I'm not rejecting them. That's best case scenario, man. I'm not going to slim down with my other problems and all of a sudden start attracting top tier girls again. I enjoy Goyslop. I'd rather eat Little Caesars than be Becky's 50th man. Have a chance of being Becky's 50th man. I don't like meat, dude. The only meat I like is like some beef if it's like a topping on like a sandwich, or like fried meats. That's it. I don't really like it. Apps are great for some, it sure beats approaching. But it doesn't beat getting approached, my friend. I'm just spiteful at this point. If I can't be the rejecter, I'm not gonna bother. I want to be in the driver's seat. I want to be complaining and going, nah, I don't want this. Bring me another. Try again. No, apps are a reality for the lower caste of humans, of which most of us are involuntarily placed into. Top tier women are not and never will be and never were on dating apps, and top tier guys don't have to use them either. And that's fine. If you want to use them, if you enjoy, it's like escort selling. You know, if that works for you, great, but it's not a solution for me. If you weren't good looking enough to be groomed at 13, then it's the Beta Bucks Deluxe life for you. Yeah, in most cases. You know, you have the occasional late bloomer, but late blooming is like an extinct strategy because you're only allowed to date scraps if you're a late bloomer now. And the women are gonna, you can be a late bloomer, but they're gonna be like turned off with your inexperience. And you're gonna have no opportunity to play catch up with girls that have equal experience levels to you, which is very little. Fucking. Eminent linked me something about elephants. And that's how I feel. I feel like the elephant. Says, elephants, as noted in a 1999 Britannica study, exhibit a natural instinct to leave their natal herds upon maturity, avoiding reproduction under domination, which aligns with Champfort's metaphor for human resilience against tyranny. Okay, I'm an elephant in captivity. You know, there was a good post associated with this where a guy was talking about how a cat lady can breed 500 cats in her house, but the best scientists in the world can't manage to breed pandas in captivity. Certain races, certain constitutions of people, once the environment is wrong, it's just not happening. It's over. Nah. I don't. I think looks are probably tied with behavior at this point, but the sort of behavior that can overcome looks isn't the kind of behavior any man with self-respect would actually practice. If I won the lottery tomorrow, I'd hire like a dietitian, I'd go get a hair implant, and I'd go get all my teeth fixed. I'd probably get like laser scar removal and like other shit. And then I would just try to bang sluts because maybe I'm attractive enough now. But like to have a family at this point, I need a time machine, I need age regression, and I need my mind fucking wiped like Men in Black style. I'd have to totally forget everything I know about women that now makes me like not like them. No, reproduction is the last of my concerns, dude. I really don't even want kids. I want a hot girl that I get to have sex with that only has eyes for me, that I can flex on other men that I also hate in public. That's what I want. I don't care about kids. I care about social proof. I care about being treated like a fucking human being and being respected for once in my fucking awful life. Fortunately, I'm not a normie. I'm more like a fallen Chad. Well, you can disagree with it, man. Different strokes for different folks. That's all I want. You might have different prerogative. I'm past the point of wanting to form a family. I want to be attractive, dual income, no kids, with a girl that ages well and I'm attracted to the point where I don't need Viagra. No, I'm not over 35. This earth is hell. All I want to do is have some fun while I'm here. I'm not spawning another sentient being into this shithole. Yeah, I don't care about it being over biologically. I'm not a woman. I'm not trying to like shit out some autism babies before my last egg wilts. Escorts are ruined for me knowing that those girls fucked other guys when they were younger and hotter for free. I'm not going to come along and pay for it. If you like it, if you feel like you're getting your money's worth, go for it. I'd rather buy car parts or World of Warcraft gold than that. I'd rather hand some fucking botting Indonesian $100 to save me 20 hours of World of Warcraft farming than go give some bitch that doesn't give a fuck about me the same money so I can get a shitty nut out of her. I'm also not interested in fucking with a condom. No, I bought gold here on Horde side. Because this is a fresh account that, you know, if I get banned, I get banned. I'm not buying gold on my other account because I'm on my final strike from ninjing. I admitted to buying gold now because I bought gold. I didn't buy gold then, so I said no. Yeah, I don't know. Condoms are like, yeah, sorry, Femdroid. Torsion differentials don't grow on trees. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, Roasty. Forged internals don't grow on trees. Sorry, Roasty. Titanium valve spring retainers don't grow on trees. Sorry, Roasty. Machine shop deck and head honing don't grow on trees. No, dude, I don't want to. Condoms are gross. I'm not interested. I don't want a little fucking Jewish layer of plastic. Like, if I'm gonna fuck plastic, I'd rather just skip all the steps and fuck a fleshlight. Okay, like if I'm gonna fuck plastic, I'll just fuck a fleshlight. It's a lot less work than having to track down a girl and then wear a condom. You're fucking plastic either way. If you're disagreeable, high IQ, autistic, schizo, you're cooked. They hate that, yeah. Yeah, like, behavior matters. People that are neurotypical think that it doesn't. But, like, at least in the past, I could get somewhere with girls. But I had to mask. I had to pretend to be something I wasn't the whole time. And it just gets tiring. Ian, look here. This is my fucking, this is my G2G account. Okay? I made a single purchase on this G2G account. The name of my G2G account for buying gold, dude, is Need Mace Please. Okay? I bought gold one time to complete my hand to rag because I'm not going to sit here and farm it while I'm waging.
My name is Sean.
No, I don't need a big UI. I actually prefer almost no add-ons at all. I only use kind of the bare minimum shit for whatever I'm doing, because the majority of my time playing this game was spent when I was actually tryharding. Like, you try and push for early world ranking kills on raid content. And guess what? Tuesday patch day, all your fucking add-ons are broken. I don't want to be one of those faggots going, I can't do this! I can't do it! My UI is broken! Okay, I wasn't one of those faggots on Tuesdays. Square minimap and removing dragons. Dude, I have, where is it? I have Bartender. I don't like using it. Okay, you can look at the UI on my main warrior, and the dragons are gone. Like, sure, a square minimap would be good, but I don't use my minimap anyway. I remember honestly, I should close my minimap. I should just get rid of it entirely. I can't upload on Gumroad. I tried putting my videos on there, and they just will not upload. They just brick. Well, I turned it back on to check the AV queue. You know, I'd have to find somewhere to move the AV queue and the layer, I guess, too. That's really what I use it for, not the actual map. So I guess if I could disconnect those and put them somewhere else. I don't mind talking about it. It's my cope. It's just like I have a Zoomer friend that plays this game. He's really good at it, and my favorite thing to do is needle him about how he's bad, or like bring up the one mistake I seen him make on stream 2 years ago and just never let it go because he spurgs out. So I'm kind of the same way, you know, when people start calling me out on something I'm doing on this game, I feel more obligated to defend myself regarding this game than I do my dating life or my employment. Here's what I'll probably do since people want the old content back. What I will do going forward is I have all the old videos. If people really want it, I'm not going to charge it or anything, but what I will do is in the description of each stream that I do, I will put a link to one of my old videos, but they will be privated and you'll have to go to it through that link. And I'll put up like a fucking donation link too if somebody wants to fucking throw me a few bucks for re-uploading it. But I won't paywall it. I fucking can't do Gumroad or any of these other things. Like, I'm not gonna edit the shit down, and I need a platform that, like, because my content kind of depends sometimes on having the visuals as well, so if I compress it down, it turns into fucking images for ants, and it's no good. Like, people don't know what I'm talking about if they can't see it on stream. Because all these alternative platforms get no traffic. That's why. I'm lazy. I don't want to upload on fucking 10 different platforms. It all eats up time if I just do it on YouTube. I'm already on YouTube anyway. I have 50 fucking YouTube tabs open at any particular moment. Ask Loser Maxing for help to grow your channel. Favorite racist non-white. Does anti-Semitism count as racism? Myron Gaines. Yeah, I mean, I get just the bar for favorite racist non-white. The fact that Myron Gaines is in the running for the top of the list is yours is Nick Fuentes. People with opinions like you got cooked by fucking Radfem Hitler recently. Where is it? Pretending Nick Fuentes isn't white is like a giant cope from you people. Radfem Hitler of all people understands this. She says, I don't really understand the argument that Fuentes isn't white. Like, just look at him. He has one parent who is half Mexican, meaning Nick is only a quarter himself, and when you consider the fact that Mexicans are on average half European ancestry, this means that Nick is only 1/8 American Indian. He is a white man. You're arguing over 12%. It's goofy. Yeah. Radfem Hitler figured it out before all the salty Wignat LARPers that they don't have a fraction of his reach. Yeah, all they can do is say, "You're gay and Mexican." Yeah, and he's also gay. No, I don't think he's gay. I do think you have to be gay. If you are not dating or married to your high school sweetheart right now, you are gay. Or you're an incel. Because you're dating a woman that has had more cum in her that isn't yours than you have in your nuts and have had in your nuts your whole life. You have to be gay to be attracted to modern white women. Wife guys don't like Fuentes because he criticizes the being in the soy jack cuck shack. Okay. Wignats don't like Fuentes because, oh my god, my heckin' one drop rule, even though the Spanish also ousted the Jews. And because he's younger than them. They've been using Roman bust avatars and quoting Nietzsche for 25 years online, and they've gotten nowhere with it. And they resent Fuentes because he has a following for being charismatic while not really saying anything new. You know, you'd have more success criticizing Nick for being extremely disrespectful and talking down to his audience. Or perhaps, you know, Black Pill Backshots criticized him the other day and said that because Nick was talking on that whole white-only community that is forming in one of the states. And Nick was saying, you know, it's basically white flight, like it's not going to get anywhere. And Black Pill Backshots, I believe, correctly called him out and says that he's against that kind of segregation now because he's a niche micro celebrity. That if he were to do something like that, would lose all of his influence. He'd take a step back socially. And Fuentes and a bunch of the Groypers spurred out about this when I think it's a very fair criticism. You know, Nick has kind of lost some of his anti-society edge because, in a way, even from the periphery, he's been brought into the fold of it. If you're against the one drop rule, then what is the issue of race mixing when anyone can be... I'm not against one drop rule. I cover this every time. There's 110 white men for every 100 white women. Are you sharing your shield maiden? No? Okay, then don't cry about me looking elsewhere. He probably mogs you. You know, he's a manlet, but he probably mogs you. And if Fuentes actually wanted to, I'm sure he could get some e-girls. There's nothing women like more than a guy that dislikes them and has influence. No, 10 excess white men don't die when they're 14 trying to replicate jackass stunts. 10 excess white men survive because their moms turn them into little fucking faggot pussies and wear the pants in their household, and actually 10 non-excess white girls die while drunk driving or getting murdered by their non-white boyfriends. I'm being generous when I say there's 110 white men to 100 every white woman. It's actually far worse than that. Half of those white women are obese. A significant portion are married to career and education. They are, per capita, the largest practitioners of LGBT. They're, per capita, the largest group of people on birth control. The most birth control using race of women. What other races of women compete in events like fucking Red Bull? Do you see other races of women doing fucking downhill mountain biking, slalom, fucking drifting race cars, jumping out of helicopters? It's all white women. I'd rather listen to an 88% white Nick Fuentes than you, dude. That doesn't mean I want everybody to be less than 100% white, but that also doesn't mean that he's wrong. I'm not just going to discard somebody's take because their grandmother was a whore. I bet you yours was too. You just got lucky and she cheated with a white guy instead of a spick. It wasn't a big fail at all. Kanye's playing Heil Hitler in front of entire packed stadiums of white people. You guys think because something didn't pan out that it failed? That's not how... What's the expression? Any coverage is good coverage? Yeah, it's cringe, and everybody talked about it. You guys don't understand. This is why you resent him, because he does things that work, and you don't like the particular optics of it. Oh, I wouldn't do it that way. Well, the way you're doing it hasn't worked, isn't working, and won't work. Yeah. That's how the normie cattle goyim's brain works. You get them talking about it. Yeah. That's how the Jews do everything. Everyone knows he's mixed, dude. His last name is fucking Fuentes. You gonna tell me the sky's blue, water's wet? He's mixed, dude. Oh, thanks. I didn't even know his name. I didn't know his last name was Mexican. Hispanic, Latin. You're not gonna ever take anything over anyway, dude. Nobody takes anything over. People just get slowly acclimated to believing certain things by being exposed to it in socially acceptable and catchy ways. Yeah, I mean... To say he's not on Incel's side, find another guy in the conservative realm that criticizes women. To any degree. I don't consider all race mixing equal. Mixing with a black is obviously the worst thing you can do. You have this very rigid, one-dimensional, incapable of nuance style of thinking, and that's exactly why conservatives have been getting raped at the polls and everywhere else for decades. Because you're one-trick ponies who never had a good trick to begin with. You're not funny, you're irritating, you're purity-spiraling retards that would rather sit here and circle jerk about being 100% WASP while continuing to lose. You don't even get to determine what is and isn't white. Your enemies determine what is and isn't white. Just like we're seeing now with fucking brown people going, oh, well, Jews kind of look white. They're white. Your enemies determine what group you're in. They file you into the out group. You don't get to go, actually, I'm not white. Actually, I'm a Mexican. No, they classified you already. Any large following is compromised. Yep. But the question is compromised by who? Because not everybody's compromised by the same people. Fuentes has minor black in him. We're pretending Fuentes is black now? Is that where we're at? Blacks don't differentiate between a Jew and an actual white person. Yeah, exactly. And who gets to determine what group you're in? The majority that isn't in your group. Nick went on a Catboy date. He also went on a fucking Kanye date. That doesn't mean they fucked. And if you look at Twitch, or we can go to Twitch right now. Let's do a little research. Okay? Let's look up, this is a League of Legends streamer. Okay? This fucking fat pussy. This fat pussy who played on a shitty North American League of Legends team. Okay? And he has a hotter girlfriend than you. Not because he played League. Not because he plays League, but because he cross-dresses. So, is somebody gay because they go on a date, they go hang out with a guy that's cross-dressing? Or is the guy that's cross-dressing have better odds of getting pussy than you do? Women would rather date cross-dressers than gym maxers. He gets better girls than you or I do. Is he gay because he's cross-dressing to fuck women? I don't know. We're in a confusing time right now. No, it's not about status, dude. And there's so many cases of this. You see the same shit happening in person. Finster's another one. Troon's out, gets handed piles of money. It's to roll around with Bella Delphine. Once again, doing way better than you or I. Is it gay to roll around with Bella Delphine? Catboy Cammy probably pulls badder bitches than you do, dude. I don't want it to be this way. I don't say chop your dick off and become a tranny goy if you want to get the pussy. But am I wrong for observing that it happens and it seems to work? We had a guy in the Mamoon Incel Discord server named Anemia who posted pictures of himself after he transmaxed, and he had the hottest girlfriend in the server. The only girlfriend in the server, probably. And she was attractive. I'm speaking purely from a perspective of physical attractiveness. Okay? Yes, Bella Delphine is a used-up roasty. No, Bella Delphine was not always a used-up roasty. Being zesty actually works. I know some zesty maxers with baddies girlfriends. Yeah. No, troon maxing. If you troon out and then you let a guy fuck you, yeah, that's gay. If you troon out and then you fuck way better girls than you ever could before you trooned, how is that not survival of the fittest? You just don't like what the fittest is. Women are all on birth control brain and SSRI and they're attracted to fucking trannies. He adapted. He put on the correct color and combination of peacock feathers and outcompeted you. He knew how to give women what they wanted. You might not like it, but that appears to be what peak male performance is in 2025. Look at boomers. Look at all the hair metal boomers. Look at this shit. This has been going on for a long fucking time. A lot of you guys' fathers fucking troon maxed. It just wasn't as overt. They got the big, long fucking metal hair. They're wearing fucking crop tops and booty shorts. And this is what white women were fucking 40 years ago. This is what white women liked 40 years ago, and now you're going, oh wait, he's catboy maxing. That can't possibly be straight. Painted nails, earrings, yes, exactly. Exactly. This is why conservatives will forever lose. Because they can't adapt to the game at hand. They want to turn it back to a game where they can compete. You have to win the current game before you can put it back to the way it was, dude. They're not just going to let you rewrite the rules when you're not in a position of power. You guys are low IQ. You can't differentiate between this works, here's the proof, and me saying, I want to do this and think it's good. Fucking exhausting to interact with. Go experiment. I don't fucking know. Dude, you're a dysgenic incel if you're in this chat. If you're mad about Nick Fuentes, you're borderline incel. If you're not incel. What's the best dress to wear? What's the best wig to wear? I don't know. Study current women's fashion and pull it off better than they can. Mog them on their own terms, and then maybe they'll respect you enough to submit to you sexually. This isn't an endorsement, it's an observation. Alligator Alcatraz probably doesn't even exist. It's probably not even a real place. It's probably like fucking Sandy Hook. It's just a Potemkin prison. No, dude, you come in the stream and you say the exact same 90 IQ takes every time. It's every time. It's nothing new from you. I didn't even bring up Fuentes. You did. You just have fucking broken record. Fuentes isn't white. Fuentes is gay. Wow, thanks for the contribution again. We didn't get it the last 50 times. If you gay Jester Max, you can just straight up go into the women's changing room. So, like, the idea that one has to talk to you first, like, you can go into the women's changing room and ask her for a tampon. Okay? You can go up to a woman and ask her what kind of panties she's wearing because you're thinking of getting the same ones and you want to see how they fit. Okay, there's so many fucking, like, this idea that it doesn't make it easier is crazy. The problem is, and it's not a problem, I understand not wanting to do it, I'm unwilling to do it myself. Okay, but to pretend that it doesn't work and it's not a legitimate strategy, hate the game, not the people that are playing it better than you. I didn't say the cold approach. I don't know. You're making The Simpsons look bad. Dashboard makes it look good, you make it look bad. Yeah, I soft gay-maxed in high school. I straightened my hair and I wore skinny jeans. And I did really, really good, and that's what made my mother uncomfortable and made me switch schools a million fucking times, because she didn't like that I'd figured out how to game stupid women brains. Think out the dialogue before you add it. When I was Bieber maxed with skinny jeans and dyed hair, I pulled the most tail in school. Yeah. Shoes at the time were very, unisex. Everybody wore the same kind of, like, small fucking flats, like Vans sneakers. men and women had the same kind of emo scene fucking hairstyles with minimal differentiation. No, dude, you beating a dead horse is why no one takes cuckservatives seriously. Cuckservatives are begging for an audience because everyone's tired of them. And they're pissed off that they're being surpassed by even incels who are more entertaining and quickly amassing more social clout than your average cuckservative. Nobody will ever say, man, they're annoying and they get no pussy, but damn, cuckservatives are right about everything. And people are saying that about incels. Wow, these guys are kind of annoying and they get no pussy, but wow, if they aren't ever rarely wrong. Nobody except other retarded cuckservatives thinks cuckservatives are right about anything. Everyone is sick of you. Young men are sick of you. The left has always hated you. And your answer to young men abandoning you, they're not going left, dude. They think that you're pussies. They think that you're incapable of holding women accountable. You want to just blame men for everything. Nick Fuentes being 12% Mexican and hanging out with a cat boy is not why you're in my chat throwing a tantrum on a fucking Tuesday night because you have no bitch, dude. It's probably white women. White women might have something to do with why you're alone on a Tuesday night and salty. I think it's more likely white women's fault. I'm not even blaming you. If you call yourself conservative media, you're a cuckservative, dude. I'm not going to sit here and debate it with you. If you even use the word conservative to describe yourself or any of your views, you're not somebody that I take seriously. That's a radioactive term that hasn't had any punch behind it in decades. It became a term of derision over half a decade ago. Second, I see someone identify as conservative, I know I'm going to read the most brain-dead, lukewarm, 10 years out-of-date take for the day, unless I read one from somebody else with a similar self-branding already that day. Yeah, conservatives are to politics as MRAs are to men's rights. You're just broken record Paul Elams that are adding nothing at this point. Because how is race mixing with blacks the worst when it can be diluted? Because it requires the most dilution, and there's nothing of value being gained. There, it's been answered. What next fucking gotcha zinger have you got for me? High impact questions here. They're definitely being ignored because they can't be answered, not because they're fucking retarded. In America, conservatism is dead. You're not Germany where you have 14-year-old white girls marching with the AfD. Okay, women don't get into conservative politics in America or Canada unless they need a paycheck. And for them to need a paycheck, they got to be on the way out, attractiveness speaking. Okay, they're kind of used up. So you get your Faith Goldies, your Lauren Southerns, your Tommy Lauren. Who the fuck is Tommy Lauren, the Fox News blonde retard that's always whining about men? Is that her name? It's all the same thing. Lily Gaddis. You have no support from the only demographic that matters, young white women. Hot conservative country girls, though, no. They're not. The thing is that by the time a woman even knows what any political terms mean, she's already aged out of being a viable partner. Other races have some good qualities. They're not better qualities, but they're better than blacks. Pretending all mixing is equal is retarded. You're seriously, like, this is the low IQ, like, it's like grug racism. Non-white bad. Non-white bad. Wow. Excellent take. Amazing. Blacks as in Africans, as in black skin. We're gonna fucking sit here and split hairs over what black is now, dude? You're like Ben Shapiro going, what is a woman, though? But you're doing, what kind of African? What is black? You can't even define it. You mix with a fucking nig as a white person, that's gonna be haunting you for generations. There'll always be African there for a long time. If his last name wasn't Fuentes, you wouldn't even know he's Mexican. If he didn't spoon feed you his last name, you wouldn't even know. But we're going to sit here and pretend that Mexicans and blacks are the same thing. Yeah, he called himself Nick Smith and nobody would think anything of it. Imagine if he just fucking had a different last name. All these retards, that's probably his biggest mistake, not just using a different last name. I'm not even American, dude. I'm telling you that your outgroup is determined by the outgroup. They look at you and go, hey, not like us. So you get filed as the enemy by default. You get one more post, make it a good one, and then you're going on 30-minute timeouts because responding to you is exhausting. He doesn't have African in him, that's insane. He's low IQ. This is your average conservative. He gets one more post, I respond to it, then he gets one post every 30 minutes because he's retarded. You have his DNA test. Yeah, the DNA people that are owned exclusively by Jews. They own 23andMe, they own Ancestry.ca, they own all of it. The ones that also hate Nick Fuentes, yeah, they definitely wouldn't tarnish him with 1% African. I bet if you sent your own DNA in, Mr. 100% pure white, I bet if you sent your own DNA into them and sent it from the email address at conservativemediafaggot@gmail.com, they'd send you back a couple percent African as well just to spite you. because they identify you as their enemy. So they want you to be tarnished amongst your own group of people. Because there's nothing else going on. I'm fucking grinding AV and he's fucking rage baiting me. Mexicans have African DNA in them. He has... Okay, no, dude. 30-minute timeout, come back with something better than Mexicans are actually African when your timeout's over. And to be honest, I don't like banning people unless they're, you know, I give him a really long leash because he's not trying to, like, get me in trouble, you know what I mean? He's not trying to get me assaulted by people or put in prison, so I don't mind going back and forth with him to some extent. You know, he's not like the pizza people that I ban as soon as I see them. But, yeah, our patience has its limits. Any prominent right-wing figure or anybody that they can suss out as having identified as some kind of a white nationalist or conservative, they will throw a little percentage of African on there just to fuck you over. Be back a sec. It's just crazy. hey, this guy's saying Jews run America. And rather than addressing the argument and points made, here, look at the Odyssey link. He's gay or Mexican. If you move to a rural area and you are an urbanite pussy, they will despise you and they'll be justified in despising you. They're really not that hard to get along with. Just check your ego and the superiority complex at the fucking door. Most of them are really chill people. I deliver things to a bunch of like ranches that are fucking a mile or an hour and a half like driving straight into the fucking boonies. And the people there are always like very polite and like nice to me, and I'm from the city. But I'm also not a bing bing woohoo soy jack, so we have common ground. Glad their delivery guy isn't a Jeet. Bigger cities are all controlled by a handful of families too, man. There's a family here that is very powerful, apparently. They have millions of dollars in government contracts, and they had some real shitheel sons that like terrorized the whole city, and nobody could do anything about it because of how powerful their parents were. Well, somebody finally did something about it permanently, and now that family is spiting the whole city by importing as many Africans as possible to get back at them. What, that SIG that was sitting on a table just going off and shooting that guy? Now the US military like pulled their contracts or whatever. That seems to be the only thing Jews can create, is devices that inadvertently kill the people wielding them on their behalf. Because you can get views with it. I don't know, he tried to get Raymond on when I was on there, but Raymond said he didn't want to appear with me, which is fair or whatever. I'm not black, so when somebody says they don't want to be around me, I don't insist on being around them and force my way there, so. It's pretty easy, actually. I gotta put my Zog Slop that just got delivered in the fridge, so I'll be back at my PC in a moment here. In the meantime, you'll just hear me ripping open packages so I can get it all to fit in the freezer like I'm fucking pulling open Pokemon packs. It was actually quicker than I thought it would be. Oh no, they're gonna catch me AFKing, but I still have 3 more minutes before I get kicked. Raymond is proof that getting a job or house or career is all pointless window dressing if you can't attract a mate. He made the mistake of, like, building a place for women to come to, instead of building a place for him to enjoy that there won't ever be any women at. Raymond should get into fucking lifted trucks and racing tractors and shit. Raymond should fix his teeth at least. That's what I'd do in his position. I'm a fellow tooth cell, so I know how negatively it gets you to be perceived. I've seen the light in women's eyes fade the second they look at my mouth so many times through life. Invisalign wouldn't work because his teeth are like spaced out. Invisalign is for aligning teeth that already more or less have the proper placement. They're just not. He needs veneers. They're not even bad teeth. They're just not friendly looking. Nah, the turkey teeth stuff is fucked. He has enough space between his teeth that he could just get nice veneers on the teeth that are already there without really shaving them down. Braces wouldn't really help Raymond. They would have shrunk and contracted his lower third. And it would look like he has child's teeth in an adult man's mouth. The sizing would be wrong. Evolutionarily speaking, Raymond actually has very good teeth because they're just kind of an old gene. Like, before people started brushing their teeth and flossing and everything, having teeth like Raymond would be good. You'd probably still have your teeth later in life because they're spaced out. Food isn't accumulating between them and rotting them as easily. They're easier to clean. But in the modern age where the Hollywood smile is the expected norm, they look predatory instead of friendly. Yeah, the only teeth women want in your mouth to be pointy are canines. Predator eyes are good because they just look at you. Predator teeth are bad because you don't want to be eaten. I don't know why Raymond hates me, because I feel like I'm the only person that really has given him the advice that would actually help him. If Raymond got hair implants, it worked, and he got veneers, his dating life would improve immediately. I talk shit in jest, dude. I talk shit on everybody. Having good teeth ain't a problem when you take care of them starting at a young age. I've read a lot of my chat's comments that said bad things about him. I think the worst thing that I said about him is that he looks like, he's keeping people chained up in his basement that he's eating a little bit by bit, and he strikes me as the kind of guy that would be okay with having a woman chained in his kitchen. I think I also said that, he's like a spook because the unnatural channel growth. I think that pretty much sums up my personal criticisms of though, and a lot of that's hyperbolic and just entertainment value, right? The Nosferatu comment. No. Yeah, it's easy to sit here and throw shots at a guy who, face doxes himself. I'm sure people would come up with all sorts of ridiculous things to describe me as if I showed my ugly mug. I could never get into the One Piece, man. I just don't like the art style. Yeah, Raymond should be trench coat and black lipstick maxing. Probably work good. I like him better than people like Lamprey Milt or like that want to demand that you show your face and like, let me see where you are. What are you scared for? Let me see your face. I'm a fucking tub of lard, man. Shit's embarrassing. From my perspective, Raymond is average, honestly. The problem is the things that are pulling him down are like the worst things that you could like. From a man's perspective, he's average. From a woman's perspective, he's like a 28 weeks later zombie. Like the hair, the teeth, and the attitude, women are gonna like run for the hills. You know, they treat him like they're interacting with you know, the Hills Have Eyes movie characters. Objectively, he's average. From a woman's perspective, yeah, this is what I like. I want him to fix if he fixed his, or not even fixed, you know, if he changed his hair and teeth, I think his results would differ dramatically. I can understand not wanting to do that, though. I don't blame him. Now, when I lost weight and I could attract a girl, I wasn't put off by that because I'm still me. I just lost weight. Right? But if you have to get fake teeth and fake hair to attract the girl, like, I can understand not wanting to do that. Women are okay with lying. Women are fine with painting on their face to attract a mate. It doesn't bother them. But if you're a guy and you care about the truth, like, I'd have imposter syndrome with that situation.
Welcome back to Dr. Deep State, esoteric biopolitics today, so that we can understand what's going on in the world today and how we fit into what's going on, the craziness all around us. And so we created esoteric biopolitics to do this, and we're going to go through that a little bit today in answering the question.
Even if you don't end up with excess skin, dude, like, I have some stretch marks from when I was fat as a kid, and it's like, it just wrecks your confidence, too. You don't need extra skin. You wear the fucking scars of being a fat shit. And it's like, thanks for the child abuse scars. I seen some kid, he couldn't have been older than 10 years old, and he looked like he weighed 200 pounds, and his mom's fucking walking him around in public. If I was the, commissar, that woman would be in, like, extreme trouble. If you have obese kids, that shit is literally on you. Once you have, once you have, stretch marks, it's basically like, you're just kind of fucked. Because it's like, there's this guy in the UFC, Khalil Roundtree or whatever, and he's got, like, he used to be, like, big obese. He's got a lot worse stretch marks than I do, and it's like, once you have those, like, the whole character that he's forced to play he plays this character where he's like, yeah, MMA saved my life, like my obesity, I was on the path to dying from it. Like the stretch marks forever mark you as a fat person. So like even when you lose the weight, you never lose being the fat guy.
And what's with all the free porn? And again, what I'm trying to do here, I'm going to come up with some answers that are different from what you're going to get in a political science classroom, although I'm using the tools of political science and the tools of the university. So I challenge you, if you go to one of your professors, perhaps in economics or religion, and ask him, what's the deal with all the free porn? It doesn't really seem to fit in with a business model. Professor, why? And we see so many things around us today that are just crazy. Owners of football teams doing things that would seemingly alienate their own fans. We look at outings in Hollywood and people really kind of just making you want to hate Hollywood or the process or a big part of it. We think about the hatred of politics with the clashing over the last 40 years between reality television and politics. And we wonder, it's as if we're supposed to hate just about everything. And yeah, that's what's going on. We're going to explain this, hopefully here, in a way that you can't do at the university. And I hope to have a unique perspective that's not out there online either. So we're going to go through this perspective and connect it to issues going on in the world today. And again, how we, our minds, brains, and spirits fit into the unrolling of these events. And so the method I'm talking about here is stepping outside the parameters of.
Yeah, this is I believe the video Dismal recommended. I'm just bored. So I'll listen to this, then maybe wrap it up.
The university and the way we've been taught to think about the world all along. And a common mantra inside the university is that history is just kind of one damn thing after another. So when we, and there's people that love history, but they go back and they're disparate events. That's how we're taught to think of them. We're taught of it's a type of evolution. It's just bound to happen eventually, and ideas get connected into this model that we've talked about, and it's unassisted. Events are unconnected, and they just roll out automatically, the accidental, and we're not supposed to make connections because we're not given a storyline to make those connections, through the things like the democratic process and events happening at the national level and so forth. And they have no purpose, no teleos. And so it's just very sort of accidental and vacuous, frankly, this worldview that we're given. And I'm just going to simply take it this way. Let's look at the player. Let's look at oligarchical history and consider through a biopolitics of control. This explains their methodology, and we'll look into biopolitical thinkers in conjunction with their eschatology. Where are they driving this thing toward? And so with that in mind, we just kind of relook at the events in the world, and here's some tentative conclusions that we're drawing toward. The current world, constructed upon the franchise of state sovereignty, the nation-state system created in 1648, and more recently, individual liberty, is experiencing the death throes of a system being strangled by its own creators, because that's what we're doing here. We're showing that systems have creators and operators, just like what we see when we look at hegemonic stability theory. Soon we will witness the permanent cessation of all vital signs. It's being choked. It's being pinched. The very system that the creators of the system are choking it. Soon we will witness the permanent cessation of all vital signs. From the ashes will come a new order. Thousands of years in the making. And this new world order will be, we're going to argue now, universal. This is what's rolling out, a universal order. It will be theistic. It will be collectivist. And it will be based upon biology and in particular, one's genetic coding. And it's also, in part of this great project, it's based upon old world notions of hereditary privilege that have always been present. And it will be coupled with new cutting edge biotechnology that, as Foucault would say, will manage the human processes under regimes of authority over knowledge and power. And one of the concerns when we look time and time again, where we can call them the lunatics that go all the way back to Erasmus Darwin and that whole genealogy that we traced, but there's undoubtedly not just controlling and managing a population, but part of the plan has always been depopulation. And that doesn't make a lot of sense on a mass scale until you look at the esoteric eschatology of the oligarchical players involved. And some estimates have depopulation agendas as large as 95% of the human population. So we're talking a pretty big deal. Like, what? That sounds crazy. Okay. So we're going to dig into that a little bit. And what I'm going to argue today, then, free porn fits into this eschatology and the depopulation. And I'm going to use the phrase ascension through dissension. It's within this larger esoteric tradition, there's a particular vein that comes into it and is part and parcel of degrading humanity in order for this final esoteric eschatology to be realized. The degradation of humanity is involved. And we see this idea, order out of chaos, the phoenix coming from the ashes. It is interwoven with all of the world traditions going back to the ancient world. Just look at the phoenix or symbolize variations thereof, like the eagle. Order out of chaos is both a method of handling a situation all the way to pushing macro historical events together. So I'm going to look at one component of that idea, which is redemption through sin, and have it help explain for us so many of the curiosities going on in the world today.
Yeah, I don't know. Babies first. TLDR Gattaca, bro. It's just kind of yappy. You know, like you could have just said, yeah, they want people to degrade. I think so. He started getting into the redemption through sin stuff right as the fucking video ended. Of course, he's not going to mention who it originated with, that rabbi. Why would you even make a video talking about why porn is free without being even touching on the JQ? It's a very strange thing to do. It comes across more from the perspective that he's pro free porn, and he's like explaining why his team does it without saying what his team is. I don't think OnlyFans girls do make the money they do, man. I think that the couple top girls on OnlyFans are paid by Zog slush funds, and it's used to degrade the other women because the other women see a small portion of them making an insane amount of money, and they go, "Oh, it's that easy? I just have to put my butthole on the internet?" And then they put their butthole on the internet and they don't make any money, but it's too late because their butthole's on the internet. So that was the whole purpose. The whole purpose of OnlyFans was to trick a bunch of girls to put their butthole on the internet and basically ruin themselves as somebody's potential wife. Yeah, that's a reasonable take. You don't think she slept with 1,000 guys. Yeah, logistically, it sounds unrealistic. Imagine how bad a room would stink if 1,000 people had fucked in it. In sequence. Well, for the women that get paid for it, it's a very lucrative, beneficial thing. But it's very few of them, and it's probably not even legitimate customers. I'm not familiar with Discworld novels. I need new audiobooks while I'm working, though. So, thanks for the suggestion. I'll check it out. Curry farts, male farts, fried chicken farts, stinky room. Well, that comes the Fed aspect of the Myron Gaines podcast, right? He has the OnlyFans girls come on, get berated by brown guys, and talk about how much money they make appearing on podcasts with brown guys and selling butthole pics. But he says women are whores, so he's heckin' based. I think that the vast majority of streamers of all kinds are paid with slush funds. For example, right? There's this guy I played World of Warcraft with for a while, Greek Wario on Twitch. And he never has more than like 150, 200 viewers at any given moment. But he has like 2,500, 3,000 subscribers. And these people are always just dumping money into his channel. That said, I'm burnt out for the night. Gave myself a headache ranting, so thanks for watching. See you guys later.